Good morning, everyone. DRBMiller here. How is everybody doing today? I have a wonderful beginning of today here in my local area. Beautifully sunny, a bit brisk, but really a proper spring day, just like you want it to be. Ideal for early morning walks, strolls, or, small walks to your local shop, and ideal really for a very good, exciting, refreshing beginning of a new day. As you know, we are going to be continuing with our Destiny world. Today we'll have Destiny 1 and we'll have Destiny 2. I made yesterday absolutely sure that Destiny 2 was polished up with all the updates and everything. Tested it, it all worked perfectly well. In fact, it worked even better than before, so I was very pleased. The recent updates did make some of the other issues on the technical front almost non-existent, and I'm sure that people who are engaging with our seasons can vouch for that, obviously, after doing it for a little while. So really a truly wonderful experience. I did play a couple of adventures. Everything looked as it should, so we are going to be polishing off lots of different bits which are still left on the base game in Destiny 2 today. And I've had a few questions coming in as well, asking when is Destiny 2 stream going to come back. And well, I said, once we completed all 3 characters and we became basically raid ready, and we are that 392, 390 and 391 on Warlock, Hunter and Titan in Destiny 2. Quite frankly, what I have left here is some really very small tasks, and they can be collected and completed once we do certain patrols and strikes. So no other story missions or anything else left over, and that makes it really nice and easy to migrate to Destiny 2, just to really make sure that everybody is fully aware of the fact that Destiny streams really will consist of Destiny 1 and Destiny 2. We call it our Destiny universe, and we are not going to be discontinuing with one or the other. The reason we focused on Destiny 1 now during the last quarter has been exclusively to do with the fact that we want to have a completion on all characters, and indeed I wanted to progress with my knowledge and skill. And I can just thank all of you, my community members, every one of you, and particularly Matthias and iGoose and Captain Jack and Ipdor and Sekapupu and many other community members who are here with us almost every day, advising, helping not just myself but all the other Destiny gamers worldwide. I had some very positive feedback coming in on emails and tweets. People really loved what they saw recently, I could say, in particular, as we focused on some more arduous tasks. In fact, anyone who watched my streams during the last few days could obviously tell you one of the final tasks on my Hunter was to acquire Sleeper Simulant. I keep calling it Stimulant, it's called Simulant, and I really have to drill this into my brain. So the Sleeper Simulant indeed has been acquired, and it's been a bit of a journey, and Bungie made it really very hard for people to get the weapon. But then once obviously you acquired it, it did make a very significant difference to your gameplay. And I'll tell you in a moment a bit about how we've done it and what we've done. But I can just thank all of my community members for coming in and helping. We had Captain Jack the other day, we had iGoose, we had obviously Matthias yesterday, who really worked with me on the last section of the quest, which in fact was very difficult. We had to be completing that mission called Fallen Saber on the very hard difficulty level, excruciatingly painful, and I'd say almost impossible to finish by yourself. You really would have to be a very experienced Destiny veteran in order to do that successfully, if you were obviously going out there alone. But even as a two-piece, we did have some issues, and the enemies were very well fortified, well shielded, very hard to kill, and obviously very powerful ones attacking us. But I'm pleased to say we completed it, so everyone who watched it really had a lot of fun looking at our struggle, and indeed by being able to see all these wonderful firefights and everything else we had. I also did have some other super heroic strikes yesterday and a few other bits and pieces in order to beef up on my inventory. Therefore my Hunter has been brought to 390, and hopefully with a few more Nightfall strikes and Sea heroics we are going to be able to also get maybe a couple of more points ideally maybe 392 to 393, so that all three characters will be on exactly the same level. As you know, many of our veteran gamers will have 4400, which really feels like a major achievement for anyone who is your Destiny gamer. Destiny is a massive open world multiplayer game, and lots and lots of things to do here. And obviously I played it already for about 6 months, and by that I mean I played it every day, very extensively, and I still discover new things. And in fact, when Matthias or when iGoose or Captain Jack ask me about certain missions or certain areas in the Destiny universe, I simply can't remember, because it is vast, and when you are learning, it does take a bit of time to internalize all those names, facts, figures, and planets, their secret corners, some of the locations as well, the names of the enemies, and all sorts. So it does take a bit of time. I think I'm progressing forward rapidly. I'm very happy with my achievements. I even can remember now certain weapons, so that is very good. Obviously, compared to some of the other tactical shooters, I have not done a paper roster or paper list for every single thing, although I kept the achievements in my diary and also my Destiny tracker. Destiny tracker is a very useful tool if you are a regular Destiny gamer, and I'm not well, put it this way, I do not run a competitive channel in here, so the actual scores are not of significance as far as the tracker is concerned. But what you really get from it as the greatest value is your banners that indicate what people you played with in strikes and three-man teams. And frequently, if they are being selected through random matchmaking, you are encountering some truly wonderful gamers, and then you can get the details. You can message them, you can connect with them on your PlayStation or any other platform, and indeed therefore you can make new friendships, new bonds, new connections, and form new squads. So really, the new squads work the best on strikes and raids, but indeed through the story missions, if you want other people to come in, you can always do that. Therefore the gameplay becomes a very different kind of exercise. You view everything from a different viewpoint, and you have a lot of fun. Don't forget, Destiny is beautiful as it has this facility through which you can do it in any way imaginable. You can do everything by yourself, in a team of 2 or team of 3, indeed in a team of 6 if you're doing raids, and your experience of the gameplay is going to be significantly different depending on how you are doing it. I personally would say everyone should be doing it as a multiplayer at all times, and similar to Anthem and The Division, just to name a few, it does bring a completely different experience of the game once you're doing it together with others. Also, you can communicate, you can talk, and if doing it live in a broadcast, you will draw a lot more attention from the viewers, because people quite like seeing action and some of that sort of competitive gameplay. And if you're in a team, indeed it is a lot more interesting, provides you with many more challenges, and even more so if you're doing with a randomly selected team, because obviously you have to adjust other people's tactics, and it will depend what type of experience people had altogether in the gameplay. So first and foremost, it's very important that you do the game with others. Remember this, Destiny, just like other major multiplayer games, are all about connectivity and communication, which is the backbone of any form of online gaming. It is not about shooting, destroying, any kind of nasty drives that we as humans might have. It is all about connecting with others, sharing the same interests, being attentive and kind, being polite, being helpful, and being altogether embedded within your own gaming community of gamers and nice, wonderful, truly attentive, helpful, polite people worldwide from every corner of our planet. In fact, I have been inviting everyone to join my blog. My blog is now up and running. It is active since Tuesday. I worked on it over the weekend, and it is called Gaming Dialogue. Why dialogue? Well, because I like talking, and as you know, we talk here every day with many community members. All we do is based on a mutual exchange of various thoughts and feelings, obviously in this instance video gaming related. I have another portal called Film Dialogue, which is dedicated to the film industry and its history, archive films and all else. And the Gaming Dialogue is basically formed in a very similar fashion, but you'll appreciate watching films does not have always this component of community as we get it here in our online video gaming community. The reason for that is very simple. Films can be seen as a solitary activity, and I always thought, really since my early youth, that watching films without my own group of friends and my own group of film enthusiasts and dedicated veterans would be a feeble, solitary exercise. So for many years I would be going to our film archive and then watch those old films that otherwise could not be accessed anywhere, which is not the case today. Today we have YouTube and internet access. In those days you had nothing, and the only way you could see films was either by watching them in your local library on 16mm or by visiting your local film museum. And as you know, every big city has one of those. And in the old days we had repertory cinemas and various other cinemas screening those rare flicks, and we would have a large number of friends who were also equally dedicated to film viewing. They were film enthusiasts, people with passion and love for archive films, and then every single time we meet before the screening, and then we talk a bit about what we are to see. After the screening we talk about what has been seen and experienced, then we share our thoughts and views, and most importantly at the end of the night, which obviously would be on average around sort of 10-11 o'clock, we would go to a local pub or a local restaurant and then stay there until the wee hours, discussing all that has been experienced. The difference there was we were a local group of friends, and we were all living locally, visiting our local film museum and doing everything on that sort of small, minute, microcosmic scale. The benefit of having such community today is that it is fully and truly global. On my film dialogue I have about roughly 5,000 people from worldwide who are communicating every day on its Twitter. They are reading the news, exchanging their thoughts and views, and making that community very alive, energetic and vibrant. I have not been able to create a channel similar to this one, because at the time of its creation Twitch was already still in its infancy, and my next step after this channel is obviously fully established and grown is to do also exactly the same thing on my film dialogue. So we'll have two separate entities dedicated to well, you could say affiliated kind of media fields, in which we can connect, communicate, make new friendships and bonds, and first and foremost enjoy and discuss everything we love doing the most in that field. So coming back to the gaming dialogue, what is impressive and formidable about the gaming community of today is a very simple fact. We have the opportunity to connect with so many people worldwide because video gaming is very popular. It exceeds any other kind of activity on the internet. I guess just chatting, doing Snapchat or WhatsApp may well be giving us perhaps a greater number of users. Well, Instagram obviously has 1 billion users, but everybody is drawn to online gaming, and in the recent years to video streaming, because it's very simple. With your own television station at home, if you want to be seen, indeed if you have your camera on, which is what I do not, who they are. And as we know, we as humans are quite curious about other people's lives. We like to see what people are doing behind the closed doors. We like to see some of the privacy. We are interested in rumors. We want to have a direct contact. We want to know for ourselves if somebody is famous. We want to ask them personal questions. All of those attributes indeed can be fully blown here on anyone's channel if properly and professionally run, and the excitement of being out there and indeed in a position to approach somebody on that personal level is very, very simple. You have a red fine to that person, and indeed if you enjoy their program, their content, you create a new bond which is there to last until the end of your days. And indeed I think in no time this form of communication and this form of enterprise, I call it a major new human endeavor, is going to be creating a new form of media which will supersede all the other medias as known until today. As you know, television as a form already has been under severe threat for a great number of years, and I think being able to create our own television, exchange our own views, is going to provide significant challenges to the television as we know it today. It indeed is going to remain, but the question is in what shape or form. And as we've seen, all the social media and all the other forums have been really well integrated in day-to-day programs with current affairs. So when you switch on your news, particularly fast in the UK, we can see participants coming in on Skype, sometimes even the politicians or people from the top echelons of public life, and then we sometimes see people talking on Twitter, exchanging views. In fact, Twitter is the first and foremost form of communication for anyone who is watching the news. You get the news from on Twitter first and foremost, and as you know, well, I shouldn't really quite say that. Even the President of the United States is extensively using Twitter, but he is not the only one. He perhaps has gained some notoriety due to the way he uses it, but you will get all other politicians and all other people from the public sphere doing exactly the same. And I have seen people coming in also on Twitch and doing various other things where their programs and their issues were promoted. Some of the top streamers indeed are very well presented on some of the specialist programs on the BBC. You have the Gaming Zone and programs which are run by Julia Hardy, and you can see sometimes some of the most important things in the gaming industry there every week. And so really we are talking about the combination of different medias in order to provide us with the best quality content. So if you are interested in building a new community, and indeed if you want to be a member of the world we have here, then join my blog. Our first posting on the community, our first community posting is just about to go out. It is going to be focused on the Sleeper Stairs quests, and we'll have a thorough description on all of that and what needs to be done, because some of those secret missions in those big multiplayer games, open world games, are not always known to everyone, and people are indeed able to find more information on the internet. But I think if you consider that we watch my broadcast every day, we game together, we talk together, then for anyone who was indeed watching the broadcast, resorting to a posting and then perhaps viewing what was done and said is going to be the best possible walkthrough, the best possible guide and exercise. So that is the idea behind the community section, bringing people together, discussing certain issues, and indeed making this world a lot better place. I want to tell you, remember, in order to make your world a better place, you have to be focusing on the needs of the others. So don't think just about yourself, think about your neighbor, think about the person who requires your attention, somebody who is in the need of care, somebody who's perhaps less able, somebody who is unfortunate with their health, somebody who had suffered certain things in their personal life. Make sure you pay attention to those people and be kind, attentive, be helpful. Try to provide them with a sense of direction and support them. And therefore, by doing so, you'll give example to others. And by giving this example to others, you're going to be making our world a much better place. Once this channel grows, we'll focus on some of those issues, and we are going to be running some campaigns in order to raise awareness on certain issues and indeed to provide charitable support. But that's the next step. At the moment, as this is a new channel, we are looking at the basics, which is building our community. Right. Still early in the day, and I know that lots of streamers do the late night streams, which is what I've done in the recent weeks, and I much prefer it this way. Having a good night's sleep and then doing it from early in the day makes a very big difference. My brain works differently, the attention span is different, you experience your day from a different viewpoint, and indeed the activity is much more, well, I shouldn't really say that, I would say much more energetic and attentive and focused, but that's not really the case, because I'm always attentive and focused regardless of what time of the day my broadcast is on. But it just feels different. You have the experience of the day, which is perhaps not as nocturnal, and anyone who worked in music and film industries will tell you one of those unpleasant facts of life, musicians in particular will tell you, when the other people's days end, our days are just about to begin. And it's really taking the regular day-to-day routine on its head. And I can certainly tell you that that's exactly how it is, because for people who work in the music industry, particularly in the live sector, which in fact in the developed world is the bread and butter of that industry. Your day will start after 3 o'clock, so and it will end at around 3 o'clock in the morning. So you're effectively working for about 3 or 4 in the afternoon to 3 or 4 in the morning, and that is on everyday basis. The reason for that is very simple. You'll travel early in the day if you are touring. You are going to be doing your sound checks usually around 4 o'clock. You have to get ready for all the other guys to be doing the same, all the other support bands, whoever is on tour with you, and that is usually done during those hours. The concerts usually, and the doors open around 7 o'clock, and your concert, if you are the headliner, will be at around 9. Therefore, you are going to be, if you're a major band, doing your 90-minute, 120-minute show with some, extras at the end, some encores, and then you will be wrapping up your equipment and traveling. So, I remember reading. I think it was an interview with Peter Hook, the former bass guitarist of New Order and Joy Division, and he said, well, that was one of the first things that had hit him, because when he would be talking to his friends, they'd say, well, we're just about to finish our work and we go home, and he said, wow, my day is just about to begin, I just woke up. And one of those things, and I do not want my schedule presently with broadcasting to be the same. So we are back to our daily broadcasts. They start at 10 o'clock in the morning, they end around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, and we have plenty of time to do everything which is attentive, entertaining, energetic, and indeed enjoyable here with our online gaming. And our community, let's not forget, first and foremost, our community is up here, and lots of people that come here, they come basically to this channel in order to hear, in order to see what other community members are doing and saying. Right, so I'll just quickly run you through the achievement. The achievement of this week has been my Sleeper Simulant. And basically, as you know, Destiny, The Division, Elder Scrolls, these are the games which are based on long grinds and collection of loot. Loot will contain weapons and kit, and they will always give you extra power points in order to level up, to become more powerful. And for combat stroke shooters, you are also going to be getting weapons that will make your activity a lot more worthwhile, and you'll have fewer difficulties tackling certain enemies, particularly those bosses and yellow bar enemies. So it's very important that you focus on what weapons might appear to be the strongest and the best, and try to get them as early as you can. It's not possible to get your Sleeper Simulant right at the beginning. You will have to be level 40, you will have to have completed all the other story missions, and indeed acquired certain knowledge and skills. It comes like your tip of the iceberg right at the end, and it is very difficult as well. In order to get it, you have to get through various sections, you have to complete certain quests, and then you come to the Sleeper Stair. So let me just tell you what the Sleeper Stairs is. So first of all, the Sleeper Stairs is an unmarked quest, which means you need to be finding it, you need to do certain completions in order to unlock it. So it is a quest that rewards the player with a Sleeper Simulant, and that is an exotic fusion rifle that can be equipped in the heavy weapon slot. The weapon is incredibly powerful, and you are able to destroy any enemy with one shot, one kill type of approach. The only ones that are a bit more resistant are the major big endgame bosses, but your weapon will do a significant damage to them as well. Just don't forget, this fusion rifle is not as fast as some of the other ones, so therefore this is its downside. It is very powerful, recharges a bit longer than others, but indeed it will have that mighty punch right at the end, which destroys the enemy instantly. So in order to trigger this quest, the player must first complete a lengthy unmarked quest, and I want to stress this, a lengthy unmarked quest that does not appear in the progress tab, so you're not getting it on your quest list, right? So the first step in order to obtain the first step of the preliminary quest is basically to obtain 4 dwelling relics. So there are 4 dwelling relics, right? Not 1. And you will remember that in the course of the game you are getting them bit by bit. It's very important you collect all 4 of them. Each time the gunsmith, your banshee, and you will provide him with those parts. Once all of those have been collected, you will have to do a few other things, and I'll tell you exactly what that needs to be. So dwelling RAS A77 11, it's basically FR001. We need to get number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. Right? So it's 4 different ones. So each relic can be turned in to the gunsmith for 200 reputation points and then some dialogue. So these items are dropped randomly and may be obtained in any activity. Upon handling of the final relic, the player will advance to the step 2. So remember, you need to get all 4 of those. So dwelling RAS 8711, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? Once they're handed in, you are then going to be able to advance to the step 2. So you go to the unmarked quest step 2. And that one is called the first firewall. So turning in all 4 relics to the gunsmith unlocks a new mission on Earth called the first firewall. The first firewall will not appear on your quest progress list, but you'll get it on your director, on your map. Right? So you'll be able to see it in there, and then you can do it. The mission itself is relatively short, only requiring the player to enter Rasputin's bunker and fend off several waves of hive and taken enemies. Completing the mission rewards the player with the Curious Transceiver, and then begins the step 3. So Curious Transceiver is the item that will be seen in your inventory, and then once you acquired it, that means you're moving to the next step as far as the sleeper simulant is concerned. So unmarked quest step 3. You will need to activate the transceiver. So the player must examine the Curious Transceiver from the inventory screen and enter a series of passcodes in order to activate it. So that's extremely difficult, and I personally did not have to do that. Matthias, our community member from the US, had helped me with it. We've done the Curious Transceiver mission together, and he asked me to take screenshots of the sequence of those enemies appearing, fallen and knights and various other ones. And then the sequence of those enemies is basically providing you with the passcode. But as I was taking screenshots, I think 1 or 2 files were corrupted. They didn't really provide me with the exact picture of what was happening out there, and therefore I couldn't get a passcode. So basically, the player must examine the Curious Transceiver and enter a series of passcodes in order to activate it. The correct ordering of the codes may be deciphered from the spawning pattern of the hive and taken knights in the previous mission. So that spawning pattern will give you the code. So I can give you the code, but I'm not going to do that, as indeed it might be seen as a spoiler. Once you've done it, there's basically four entries. There are 4 different codes that you need to do. And once you correctly enter the code 4, then it will unlock a new mission on Earth called Shadow Call, and then it will begin your step 4. So the unmarked quest step 4, you get Shadow Call, and this mission has a time limit of 4 minutes. The player must reach the designated room and defeat 3 major wizards. Completing the mission within the time limit rewards the player with the Ikelos Fusion Core, and then you'll begin step 5. So remember this. This mission is short, but indeed very, very important. And I've done it, and I actually finished it with ease. You have to do it as a single player. You can't bring your buddies in there, because obviously it's focused on your skill and ability, and it's only about 4 minutes. So once you've completed that mission, then you're getting to that long grind, and it's called Repair the Core. So that's step 5 of Unmarked Quest. The player must now repair the Ikelos Fusion Core. Doing so requires completion of the following tasks. Note that they may be completed in any order. That's not quite strictly speaking correct. I think this might have been the case at the beginning when Destiny 1 was launched, but when I played it on Saturday, I was following the order as stated. I didn't follow the order as stated on the guide, and my missions on Mars, my missions on Earth and Moon did not register properly, so I had to replay them again. So I'm not sure whether this was a glitch or some other reason, but I would advise you to follow the sequence as stated on the guide. Once you do this, indeed it will register. It may well be that I've done something wrong. Don't quote me on this, but one way or the other, these ones need to be completed. You can try them in any order, or indeed just follow the order as suggested. So you will have, first of all, heavy power coupling, and that is dismantling of any legendary or higher heavy weapon. So that's the first step. You need to dismantle one of the highest quality weapons. After that, you have ionized shell harmonics, which is completing mission the Archive of Venus and in difficulty. The Archive of Venus is a secret mission, and it will be unlocked as you complete this process. It's very important you complete it, because after that one you will have to be doing the Warsat, and the Warsat will need to be done on Earth, Moon and Mars, and I've done it exactly in that order. And the one on Mars is presently glitched, so if you are doing it, well, there are certain areas where this Warsat should be emerging every 20 minutes and simply it is not happening. And then there are some areas which apparently should be without the Warsat, and this nasty beast is appearing there as you approach them. So it's worth exploring and investigating. I can't tell you exactly which ones work, because I spent 6 hours on Saturday and I didn't get to the bottom of it, and I was in 2 areas which allegedly were specifically the best for the reemergence of Warsat. They simply were not. I was getting another public event and it kept coming up every 15 to 20 minutes, and it was not the one I wanted. So I got very, very frustrated. It was really the most frustrating gameplay in Destiny so far, but I consider it to be glitched, because one of the community members came in on the following day and said, well, don't stay there because you'll wait until next Christmas. The Warsat is not going to be transpiring. Just simply go to another area, and the area he suggested was Buried City. And in fact, in the Buried City on Destiny Event Tracker, we get information that Warsat is not going to be appearing. So as soon as I went to Buried City, the Warsat appeared and I was able to complete the mission instantly. So it's very, very frustrating, in addition to the fact that it's a long grind. So bear with it and try to find the area, or indeed, like myself, write to Bungie and complain, because ultimately there's something wrong in there, and if you are as dedicated as I am, you really want to get your sleeper simulant at the end. But this could be off-putting, and this would have been just like a throwing spanner in works at the end of a very, very long grind. And do remember that it might be glitched on Mars, right? I really want to stress this. I told everyone already, ever since I experienced it on Saturday, it may be glitched on Mars. Make sure you're not going there. You're not going just to certain areas, and try everything and find out where this Warsat is going to be appearing. In order to know the timing of the Warsat or any other public event, obviously you can be just doing patrolling and waiting, but the best thing to do is to use one of the online apps or online websites, and those that are providing you with the correct information are destinyeventtracker.com, and definitely access destinyeventtracker.com in order to get this information. You will get the correct timing, but I think considering this particular section was glitched, the information on what event is appearing in what area may not be 100% correct. Well, that was my experience of late, so beware. The timing is correct, the actual locations perhaps are not. Right, so once you completed all of those, you will be then given reassembled Akelos Fusion Core, and therefore you'll begin step 6. So unmarked quest step 6 is deliver the core to the gunsmith. So we are going back to the gunsmith with the weapon which has been reassembled. We collected 5 parts, it has been repaired, and it goes back to Banshee. So once you hand it over to the gunsmith, then that will be the completion of step 6. So the player must return after 1 day daily reset has passed in order to receive the sleeper's test. So just coming back to this, I wasn't quite sure once I've handed it in what the next step was. What isn't good in Destiny is that once you completed this secret mission and once you handed in the Achilles core to Banshee, your gunsmith, you're not given a pop-up message telling you that you need to be waiting for another 24 hours for the game to reset in order for you to get the weapon, right? So you are not told this, and it's very important that you're not confused, that you haven't done anything wrong, you just simply have to wait for it, right? And the way it works is you will be given another quest, and the quest will pop up on your quest list in the inventory. You're not getting any other messages. So the way it works is, just remember this carefully. You've got your Achilles core, which has been repaired. You go back to your Banshee, your gunsmith, you hand it in, and then you wait another 24 hours for the game to be reset. It usually is reset overnight. Once it's reset, you're given this extra quest. The extra quest will emerge on your inventory, under the quest list. And the quest is called the Fallen Saber, right? And the Fallen Saber is very, very difficult. This is the most difficult mission in the game as far as the ordinary missions are concerned, and it has to be completed on the very hard difficulty level. So remember, you can't do it on any other, it has to be on the very hard difficulty level. And once you complete it, and I urge you to do it in a team of 2 or 3, because I tried it by myself, I couldn't do it. I had a team of 2, several other gaming veterans coming in, and we couldn't do it. And then I had Matthias, who is obviously one of the most dedicated Destiny veterans in our community, and we completed it, but it did take us a little while. And the reason for that was simple. The enemies were extremely strong and spawning in very, very large numbers, attacking us from all sides. And although we were quite tactical, the trouble there was that my weapons were not powerful enough to destroy the shields, and I didn't have Sleeper Stimulant with me, which could be effectively used, or one of those other very, very powerful swords. And therefore, I was suffering, dying quite a bit, and therefore hampering the effort of our team. But at the end, we succeeded, the enemies were defeated, and Warsat was protected. The other 2 sections of the game are not that difficult. They're significantly easier than the first one. So the first third of that quest is insanely difficult, and I find it probably the most difficult in the game so far. But once you complete it, right? So you need to be completing a special 280 light version of the Fallen Saber Strike on Earth. This version of the strike must be selected from the director and does provide matchmaking. Completing the strike rewards the player with the Sleeper Stimulant weapon and begins step 2. So once you completed that Fallen Saber, what you do is you completed it and you go back to the tower, and then you return to Banshee. And once you return to Banshee, you speak to him, are getting that weapon. So as you could see, hear and experience just in my introduction here, the Sleeper's Thirst is a very long-winded quest. It's like 6-7 tier quest. It does take a lot of time, a lot of patience. Not everyone has that. Not everybody will want to go through the motion. But I can assure you, once you have completed it, once you got the weapon, you are equipped with one of the most powerful fusion rifles in Destiny 1, and indeed you can use it on any boss with obviously an incredible might. All the other enemies will die with 1 shot, 1 kill, and the bosses will suffer a very significant damage, inclusive of those very, very big ogres and all the other bad guys that we sometimes face at the end of our quest. So definitely an exercise worthwhile. And I would urge you to do it if you are approaching the end game. I'm very grateful to all of my community members, Matthias in particular, for helping out, for advising and insisting that I should go through the motion of, experiencing all those steps. At the end, acquiring the weapon. And he asked me quite a few times, and I was a bit unwilling. And the reason for that was I tried my screenshots, and the code didn't seem to work. And you know, unlike other guys or some other people, I kind of tend to rely on my community members rather than look for solutions on the net, and that makes the community a lot more interesting, vibrant, and connected. So therefore we worked out the code at the end and entered it, and you know, went through the motion of doing the quest. So therefore I am in possession of that sleeper simulant. And you know what, I've talked quite a lot. I've given you a very, very good description of everything that needs to be done through the sleeper stairs, and I also talked a bit about my blog, about our community and all else. And now we are going to put that sleeper simulant into practice immediately. The weapon is on a hunter. This hunter still can go up a point or two of you know, my light, and this is what we are going to do. We are going to do some strikes, I think. Need to see whether I have any keys in order to unlock those chests at the end. I think if I discovered that my mic was switched off, I would have kicked myself in teeth for talking and describing everything and then realizing that I wasn't live on air. But that was not the case. Sometimes it can happen, you know, early in the day, and I don't have a setup with you know, like a red beaming light that tells you whether you're on or off, which is what you get in, you know, your studios whilst you're doing live broadcasting for major networks. But I will create it so that we'll know exactly just by looking at it whether we are on or off. Audio, that is. Alright, so destination. I love my ship. That's probably one of my favorite ships in the game. And yesterday I was giving my ships in Destiny 2 some more different skins, and I quite enjoy that. I have to say, when you play Destiny 1 as much as I did, and when you migrate to Destiny 2, their inventory and director and everything you get there, your menu, is a lot more complex, and it is very confusing. In fact, it's only yesterday I worked out how to use the skins. But on the other hand, I have to say, in Destiny 1, when you're dismantling a weapon that has had perks and you had various bits there, everything will go, you know, it'll be binned together with that weapon. But in Destiny 2, the sections are somewhat separate, and you're keeping certain items which will stay there if you're getting rid of the weapon. And I think that is very good. I quite like that, because some of the shaders and some of the other perks, or the things which can be inserted, some of the mods, are useful then for the weapons as well. So you get rid of the one you don't want, and the rest will remain, you know, so you can use it still on a newly acquired weapon as well. And that's very good. I quite like that. So it's just that they could have left it like this, you know. In the Division 2, you access your menu and it's exactly the same, and you feel at home instantly. I mean, in Destiny 2 it does take a bit of time for you to learn. Obviously, if you were to be doing Destiny 2 24/7, you know, you'll learn the ropes fast. But I've had about 3 or 4 months of Destiny 1 and 2 streams done consecutively. Destiny 1 in the morning, Destiny in the afternoon or in the evening. And then, you know, I had to be readjusting a bit. Right, so where was I? Talked about the skins on my spaceship, and quickly have a look at this one. The one I have is Timeless Tereshkova, and I have to say, really like it. Tereshkova, you know, the first female in space. This is just the why they've given it the name, Valentina Tereshkova. You probably would have seen her during the Olympics. She was one of those people joining the opening ceremony. It's very significant in historic terms as well. You know, the first female that was in the orbit, really, and absolutely incredible in terms of the achievement, the bravery and the effort, and the achievement at the end, which is truly historic. I'm trying to think what I want to do now. We'll have a look at the progress on my Hunter, we have Age of Triumph, Victories, Badges completed. Sparrow, well, it's just bits and pieces, and there's nothing of that degree of significance. Artifacts of the Unlords, Noble Deeds performed. Yeah, I guess the possibilities also doing some Prison of Elders. So really, Prison of Elders and Strikes are probably what's left here on Destiny 1. I mean, I can obviously go through the motion of doing my sleeper simulant with other two characters, but you know what? I'm not going to do that at this moment. I may do that in the future if somebody else wanted to be here and then watch everything step by step. But as you know, all the weapons you have on one character can be placed in the vault and therefore used on all other characters. So one can be combining weapons, and that is incredibly useful and really saves up a lot of empty gameplay, or repetitive gameplay if you want it. It was very, very different when I started on my Titan, because with the Titan I was able first of all to use all the weapons and artifacts and items in my vault. One of those was that perk that gives you the increase of your levels from 1 to 40, and therefore I started the game on level 40, and that felt very, very different, I have to say. Probably the most enjoyable gameplay in Destiny, with as little frustration as possible compared to the other two characters, because I already had very good weapons and I could just race to certain missions. Otherwise it is a long grind, very, very cleverly construed. This is what makes Destiny very replayable and thoroughly enjoyable for many, many years to come. It's extraordinary how video games developed over the years. In fact, yesterday when doing my blog, I was remembering some of the early games on PC that I engaged with, and I'm trying to think what they were. 3DC was the first one I played, and it was a very, very enjoyable advanced game. Dig, LucasArts, Full Throttle, also LucasArts, and Wing Commander I remember doing. It was very, very good. And these were, shooters and open. Well, actually, 3DC is your predecessor, in fact, of the games like Fallout and The Division 2. In fact, The Division 2 probably would be aligned to it, because it does happen in Washington, D.C. The other one has exactly the same kind of apocalyptic situation in there as well. And what I want to say is that those games were replayable because you had to be doing certain tasks up to a point where you completed. You had some difficult puzzles frequently in there, or the quests which were hard to complete, so you were just replaying the same thing again and again up to a point where you acquired whatever was necessary. And that wasn't particularly interesting, but it was just that sort of novelty buzz you would get. And in the modern, well-developed video games, we have all other means through which we can enjoy it, and there isn't the repetitive element as much in the blockbusters in particular. And things have moved on quite considerably. And I have to say, once you are entering the massive open world multiplayer games, like for instance Fallout and Destiny and Elder Scrolls, Skyrim, Oblivion, you name it. Well, you have other ones as well, like Far Cry and the Red Dead Redemption as well. At the end of the day, all the other smaller games, they just appear to be very easy. Although I have to say, there is a big difference between playing a major adventure game and being in one of those open world games, because of all the avenues that the gamer can pursue. But once you are at home with a massive big game, and once you profess it and become very knowledgeable and experienced, then you'll be looking for such challenges. Everything else will appear to be too easy, or perhaps not as significant, and you just race through it. You'll think, hang on a minute, if I paid £60 for this game and I played it for a couple of years and I still have not finished all the sections, I still have some tasks that require completion, then why should I pay £60 for the game I finish in like a couple of days? just from a monetary point of view. But what's more important is the experience of that enjoyment, you know. And I know that after I've done the massive big games and I played them for many months and years, you know, I remember doing Mass Effect was quite revolutionary for me. I've done Mass Effect before I entered Elder Scrolls, well, the more advanced episodes, you know, the Oblivion and Skyrim. And it was just a quite, you know, it was an experience. This massive big open world with so many different characters and so many different avenues of inquiry and different outcomes. I really like the games with different outcomes. I really do. And I give you an example. The 2 games in the 90s I played: Tender Loving Care, which was a video game with psychoanalysis on the gamer, you know. So if you have Golden Old Games, GOG, absolutely go there and purchase the game. It was, I don't think it sold too well, and it was seen as a kind of a troubling, perturbing subject. You have a couple that are experiencing some marital difficulties and various other problems in day-to-day life. They go to a psychiatrist played by John Hurt, and they ask for help. And there are many sort of ins and outs of the story which I will not reveal here. But basically the concept of the game is, as you're going through the motion of psychoanalysis and you're investigating the characters and you're trying to find out what the best course of action would be for them to improve their lives, you're also collecting the data on yourself, right? So the psychiatrist, John Hurt, who's analyzing those 2 patients, the couple, is also analyzing you through your gameplay. And at the end of the game, you get the report from John Hurt, i.e. the psychiatrist, which can be very, very entertaining to read, because he is coming to a certain conclusion on what character you are through the way you play the game. So it means that all of your choices were noted, recorded and analyzed, and you get the report at the end. And I love that. I think that was, you know, absolutely wonderful. And I remember playing it and being fascinated by those different outcomes, because the report will be different according to what choices you pursued. So this was quite original. The in-game engine was revolutionary at the time, and I played the game quite a few times, and my friends really jumped in, and we loved it. We thought it was incredible. It wasn't really well known. At the time, you had also the launch of PlayStation and a lot of people focusing on the new console and the games coming together with it. And also at the time, there were games like Black Dahlia and Ripper, Take-Two games. In fact, I just want to say that Mr. Brandt, the founding member of Take-Two Games, sadly passed away over the weekend, and we were very, very sorry to hear the news, and it's deeply distressing. He was still a very young man. He was in his late 40s, also a person who was instrumental in merging Take-Two with Rockstar and working on the Enterprise, which became one of the most successful development companies in the history of video gaming. He died of cardiac arrest, apparently, or I think it was on Sunday to Monday. So we were all deeply shaken and indeed shocked to hear of his untimely departure. He left. He has several surviving members, 4 members of his 4 children, and his wife and parents, I think, still. So as you can see, very, very hard work in the industry can be bearing a very, very heavy toll on people's health. As you know, it is all the stresses around the deadlines, all the hard work invested in late night hours, less sleep, and all other things which can be very, very heavily taxing. And I just want to say, I come across many community members worldwide that are very impatient when it comes to games like Anthem or The Division, or with their glitches, Fallout 76. Just keep in mind, this is a joint enterprise of many people working together, and they work very, very hard, very long hours, trying to get everything in order. Sometimes it works, sometimes there are problems, but we have to be a bit more patient, because the stresses and pressures that people from BioWare are experiencing today after the Anthem launch since 22nd of February are just beyond words. They wanted to produce one of the best games of all times, and technically the game backfired, and
You know, instead of now focusing on the improvement of the content, they're happily focusing on the tech, which is a bit like, you know, when you're building a major big you know, industry complex. You know, you're going to be thinking of subsections and different rooms and different facilities, but first of all you need to think about the foundation stone. The foundation has to be proper. You can't be doing that massive big building on poor foundation, because guess what, everything's going to crumble, and that is what happens sometimes. So my deepest sympathy goes to the family and you know, the members of a band family, and very, very sorry to hear of your you know, family members' departure, untimely departure. I'm very, very sorry about that. Coming back to what I was describing earlier, Take-Two had other games like Ripper and Black Dahlia, and we had Wing Commander and several other games which were in fact perhaps taking more of the spotlight during those years. But Tender Loving Care is a wonderful, perhaps a bit obscure game of that period, delivered in a form of interactive film, and definitely worth checking out. I'm telling you this because of the approach that I consider to be consequential. What you do there will bear consequences. So I think Tender Loving Care was the first game of that type I played, and every single decision I took was having an effect on the actual outcome. So the game, depending on what choices you were pursuing or what choices you were making. Right, the other game I played with a similar kind of in-game dynamics was Tex Murphy. What is it called? Under Silver Moon. Tex Murphy Under Silver Moon, and I think it's called Under Silver Moon. Pretty certain. And there was exactly the same plan in there as well. Depending on what choices you make, you would get then a different type of ending, and there were lots of different endings, happy and less happy, so on, etc. And then let me think. The third one was Martian Chronicles. Also, it was also part of Tex Murphy series. Martian Chronicles. Pandora's Directive, I beg your pardon. Yeah, it was Pandora's Directive. So I don't know whether you guys are familiar with Tex Murphy series. Tex Murphy series was one of the most popular interactive movies, video games at the end of the 90s, and it, you know, really acquired a lot of support from the community. It was one of the most popular PC games of that era, adventure game, obviously, and they worked on another game after, I think it was a fourth or fifth installment called Overseer, where basically the interest for such games depleted, and Overseer was not that positively received. The funds dried out, and basically at the end they had to be resorting to crowdfunding, which would have taken them more than 10 years to produce Tesla Effect. Tesla Effect is a game that starts very well, very similar to the other 3 or 4 of Tex Murphy installments, but then becomes overly ambitious, and it does cram in too many ideas of film noir, sci-fi, open world, puzzle, shooter. It just becomes very, very confusing with a lack of focus, and really becomes a very, very difficult game towards the end. You know, not just from the gameplay point of view, but it does feel like something that has been conceived over many years, and it kind of integrates all those different steps of the game development as well. So it's almost like combining 5 generation games in one, and that really didn't work at all from my point of view. And I played it last year, and initially I thought it was very good and funny, similar to the old ones, but as I progressed it became very tedious and unsavory. In fact, it just felt very much, well, I wouldn't say outdated. It felt like 5 games in one, you know, like 5 different games in terms of its narrative as well. The story didn't make much sense. It was cramming in too many ideas, and you can also see in the actual structure of the game how they were changing it as they progressed. But I want to come back to my earlier point, it is about the games where you take certain choices and then there will be a different outcome. So I really loved that in Tex Murphy games. And the next big one was, I think it was Mass Effect. And Mass Effect had many different avenues of inquiry. You could really do lots of different things. So what I really liked in those Tex Murphy and DLC games was exponentially increased in Mass Effect, and particularly in Mass Effect 2. So really like the idea, depending on what choices you make, you will get a certain outcome, and if you're replaying the game, you may go on a different character and you make different choices. you will talk to your characters differently, and things will look very different. So that definitely is a very good idea for everyone to do. And I guess these are the games that I like the best. You know, they require this extra bit of psychic muscle where you just simply have to be thinking a bit more and considering what choices you'll make. In the recent years, I also played one of the games that I consider to be very good. It is yet another beautiful creation of Quantic Dream. Heavy Rain, of course, and Heavy Rain has 17 different outcomes depending on what choices you make in a game. Although to a degree a bit linear, you are replaying the same sections, you have same characters, you are going to be getting the end game in a different fashion. But on the other hand, because there are interesting situations, the atmosphere of that game is your proper film noir, and whenever you replay it, you do not have the element of boredom in you. You always love the environment, you're kind of excited about the characters, and you are basically, as you play 5 characters, you are fighting for the correct outcome at the end. And you know what? Play the game about 3 or 4 times, in its entirety, and every single time I got the outcome that I did not want. The worst outcome altogether was right at the beginning when I played for the first time. Everyone died. Everyone. And the villain lived. So that was very disappointing. It actually made me replay the game immediately as I finished it. Instantly. I hated it. I want the world to be a better place. I don't want these nasty creatures to be roaming the streets and preying on their victims, you know? So instantly, as soon as I had the end to the cutscene, I said, well, back to the beginning. We want to do it again. We want to do it better. And like in other Quantic Dream games, what you do get is you get somewhat difficult controls, and the fight sequences could be menacing because if you're not engaging those controls fast enough, and you cannot replay, so there's no way you can rewind and do it from the beginning. You go to the motion of your decision, your action. This is the consequence, and that's quite good because you've got to be very careful. You've got to polish up the skill. It will make you replay the game a few times. And I remember doing it for the first time, and not just for the first time, but 3 or 4 times. And you have one of the characters. He's an FBI agent, and he's investigating crimes. And obviously, one of the main characters in the game, on the top 5. And you're playing from time to time in the game, and then he's investigating a murder in some sort of weird industrial complex, and evidently discovers one of the criminals who is likely to be responsible. And if you're not fast enough when approaching that criminal, the guy basically just destroys you, turns you into fish fingers, And I was so gutted. I didn't realize I had to be so careful. So after about, I think I played probably half a game, he gets killed. I lose one of my main characters, knowing that losing him is going to be affecting the end game. And if you don't have the FBI agent involved in the case, then the killer might simply get away, or the police, the local police might be corrupt, or there might be some sort of negative outcome. So I said, wow, I need to replay this again next time and want to make sure that he lives. And I think I played it 4 or 5 times. I managed to survive just once. And in all other instances, he got killed. So, there are the joys of replay. And what I'm trying to describe is the games that have that sort of decision-making process, which is consequential, are the games that I like the most. Right, I've been talking quite a bit today about all those golden oldies, these wonderful games, and I'm quite sort of hopeful that you guys are going to be exploring some of them, if not maybe purchasing them from Golden Old Games, GOG.com. Perhaps then just looking them up on YouTube, because you will get some walkthroughs and some videos on those games there as well, and it'll be a very, very interesting experience. And I always say there were some absolutely amazing games done at the time, which were considered also to be your next generation type of video game, and sometimes they didn't work too well on our PC rig, because obviously they required extra bits which we do not have. And one of those infuriating things for me during those early days of video gaming was that when you purchased a new new PC game, it didn't always work on all PC systems, and the system of updating and patches was not at that time as well developed as it is today. So you had to really write to the developer, wait for them to be sending you a file or even a disk, and then you would update the game. But just try to think the time between you purchasing the game and sticking out CDs into your drive and then waiting for all to be resolved could have been really very, very lengthy and incredibly frustrating. So also the other thing which disturbed me affected me at the time, was we didn't have any community-based forums, and therefore you were stuck in a kind of puzzle-based game. You just simply had to be calling your publisher, and they had the entire walkthrough on their phone, and you just had to be entering different numbers in order to access certain sections, to be given tips. And that was maddening, as well as very, very costly. Every time you called the publisher, you're basically calling a number which is kind of a premium call number, and be very expensive, in addition to the fact you had to wait for a little while before you got to the bottom of it, if you were looking at the guide that was approaching the end game rather than the first few missions. And lots of different issues at the time. And I remember having some of those wonderful games. Black Dahlia was one of them, and I had to wait for patches to arrive, and it was very, very time consuming and incredibly frustrating. Don't forget, the games in those days did cost the same amount as they cost today. The prices have been absolutely steady. £50 was the price for those PC games 25 years ago, and £50 25 years ago and today, you can obviously see the difference. You could say that the games have become a lot cheaper because the money is worth a lot less. So the prices did not jump considerably; they stayed exactly the same. But in those days, they were considered to be extremely expensive, and they were your treasured possessions for certain. Not many people purchased a great number of PC games because of that, and also they were very hard to get second hand, so you had to be buying them new or from somebody who already used them. It was a different era altogether. So coming back to what I've been saying, certain decisions and then they bear consequences, right? So those games are personally my favorite. As you know, Mass Effect trilogy is exactly the one, and Mass Effect is going to be greatly represented on my blog as well. Already some beautiful wallpapers and slides in there in some of the sections. I've not been streaming or talking much about Mass Effect here, but that is the next thing to come, right? We'll have more of Anthem and Mass Effect and all these wonderful sci-fi open world games here on my channel. So I was just examining a few bits here, and I realized that I already collected all the bounties. There's nothing else I can collect at the moment. Even 3 of them are for Prison of Elders, I think. And let's see, we have Kills Without Dying, Nightfall, Seaver Crisis. Okay, we'll have 2 of those for Seaver Crisis. These ones are almost complete. 19 kills. So these are for Prison of Elders. Solo abilities. elite. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In fact, we have 6 for Siva Heroics. Once more, I think the book has been completed. Yes, this is all in order. In fact, our Vanguard reputation is 11, so that's pretty good. Cryptoarchaeology is 9, and Future War Cult is 4. Queen's Wrath 1. You could see I've not really replayed Prison of Elders from a Hunter too many times. And Warlock, I think I played Prison of Elders many times. So let me think. What do we do? We are going to engage with our first big activity, gaming activity of today. Raids, Challenge of the Elders, Nightfall Strike. That's been completed. Siva Crisis Heroic, Weekly Story Playlist. Siva Crisis Heroic will be loads of different mods. We have enemies appear in greater numbers and more aggressive. Specialist weapon damage is favoured. Fresh troops, some enemy squads have been fortified with additional reinforcements. Players deal more damage while in the air. So if we are... Players deal more damage. Shouldn't be jumping. Okay. So I'm trying to think. What I will do is quick look at my inventory, make sure I've got the best weapons equipped. Yeah, Imago Loop, Devil's Dawn, yep. May need that sniper indeed. Or maybe no, that's fine, that's all good. This is what we want it to be. So we got this sorted, and before we carry on, I'll have a bite to eat. So I'll take a very short break, and as soon as I come back, which is going to be in a couple of minutes, we are going to be cracking on with our Siva Crisis Heroic strikes. So bear with me, I'll be back in 5. Hope you enjoyed my introduction. Hope you enjoyed me recollecting some of my memories on those early PC wonderful video games. Hopefully you are going to be curious after what I said, and I'm certainly wanting to hear if indeed you were to go to GOG and purchase some of those games, or if you try them on YouTube to find out for yourself what I talked about, and then just send me a message, tell me about your experience of Tender Loving Care, Black Dahlia, of Ripper, of The Harvester, of Wing Commander. Let me think. What else did I talk about? Grim Fandango, a wonderful old game as well. In fact, you can even access it on PlayStation 4. And all the other ones, Tender Loving Care, and Tex Murphy series, you know, Under Silver Moon, and Pandora's Directive, Overseer, Mass Effect. Right, so these are the games. 3DC, the first game I played on my PC. This was a few years back, and a very, very good, enjoyable game so far. In fact, aligned to the Division 2, because in both games we are trying to protect Washington DC. So remember that 3DC, if you can dig it up, have a look. LucasArts game. Okay, so I'll be back very, very shortly in 5.
There we are, ready to engage with our enemies. Let's see if we are going to get some of our teammates. If anyone will join us, hopefully we'll get at least 2 people. And that will make it a lot more enjoyable. Sometimes people do not join in right at the beginning, but as we commence with the strike, we'll see. Can't wait to try my sleeper simulant.
The Dust Palace is lost to us again, back in Cabal hands. Word is they've let Scion Flayers out of their cages to dig around in the Central AI's cortex, which means they really want what's buried in there. If Rasputin was protecting it, it's valuable. We've got to flush those Flayers out.
Looks like join somebody else. Yeah, right. I was basically being brought into someone else's strike. That's what happened. We did get them, okay. I'm gonna use my sleeper simulant on that enemy. Let's save it for another. You know, it's so funny, but it always feels enjoyable coming back to those missions. Not the only game with that capacity, but certainly one of the most enjoyable. Oh, for myself, that is. Those guys are pretty good. Have anything to do in there. They're just a bit too good, right?
there we have some special ammunition is full. We can't collect any of this. Okay. Okay. Cronus virus. My heavy ammunition. Oh. We all died. Oh wow. Hang on, I need some heavy ammunition. What was this? Don't know what got me. I'm curious. running out of ammunition in there.
Nice work. I'll let the Vanguard know the flares are dead.
If those Scion flayers were tangling with Rasputin, they are way more powerful than we realize. We better keep an eye on where the Cabal deploy those things. Who knows what their minds can do?
It's glitched. Managed to get some goods though. Alright, so that's not too bad. I only joined towards the end because these guys were already there. And that's never too good, you know, coming at the end. But it's very difficult to find teammates here on random matchmaking nowadays because there are not many people doing Destiny 1 at the moment, so that's the reason. And we have... Alright, so the people stayed in. Cool. Let's have a look at my inventory. This is 391. 391. This is all 391 there. Okay, what's the other one? Saris. Nothing of great significance really. Nothing particularly useful. Thought it might be, but we'll battle on. We'll see what other things will be given. Always enjoyable to do some strikes. I remember fearing them initially when I started out my Warlock. I thought, my goodness, I'm just too weak for those enemies. But as I learned certain skills, as I got my knowledge and, you know, kit and armor up.
Whether we wanted it or not, we've stepped into a war with the Cabal on Mars. So let's get to taking out their command, one by one. Valus Ta'arik. From what I can gather, he commands the siege dancers from an Imperial land tank outside of Rubicon. He's well protected. But with the right team, we can punch through those defenses, take this beast out and break their grip on Freehold.
Let's find access to their system. See if we can track down Valus Ta'arik.
Rubicon Wastes. Why didn't you die? I don't believe it. These guys were just racing. That's ridiculous. You need to deal with your enemies as they come in. Non-team effort. Boo. You're expecting me to revive you now, right? Snipers in there. This is why I'm dying. Right. We'll get those two snipers immediately. Before I do that, I want to see whether all the perks are enabled. I don't have. In fact, what I'll do is I'll go to my old sniper. This one. Have all of my perks enabled. This is going to be working a bit better. I forgot about the snipers yet again. Alright. I need ammunition for my sniper. Yeah, the reason is very simple. We weren't playing as a team. This is turning out to be quite difficult, more difficult than expected. Equally enjoyable though. Always great to be entering some of those SIVA heroic strikes. Too well in there. Let's do something else. Look at that. Suffering damage at the moment. Rachel. Look at that. I revived him. He didn't revive me. Big beast got me again, but I know what I need to do. I need to be working on my sleeper simulant. I need to get the perks up and running because the perks are not active. The perks need to be all up. Colossus is there, look at him. Didn't get it, what did it do? It punched me just like that. Not very good, is it? 3 of them in there.
Got him. I'll let Commander Zavala know there's one less problem on Mars.
Valis Ta'Ark has finally been defeated and the Cabal command dealt a great blow. But in the darkness rising, more fleets will come and new leaders will rise. We must be ready to face them all.
I don't have it. I don't have that skeleton key. All that trouble for nothing. Well. Next. Didn't get any ammunition for my sleeper simulant, which is annoying. What we'll do is we'll have a look whether I don't think I had any heavy ammunition synthesis either. No, I didn't have it because I used it yesterday. And I'm not very rich at the moment. I did buy it, I did have it. Yeah, okay, no problem, we'll do some of that.
The Vex have restarted their world-eating machine in a bid to restore their nexus. In time, Venus will be consumed.
And listen to this. Scouts report that the Vex have upgraded the Nexus mine with tech from the Vault of Glass.
Do you need something, Kate?
No, just here to support my favorite Guardian.
I'm sure. Let's take that Nexus mine apart.
Nexus is the next thing. Okay.
Cade,
What?
why are you here? The truth.
Can't a hunter sit in on a mission with his friends? Because that's all this is. Let's find that Nexus mine. We keep knocking the fallen houses down and they keep coming back. If they weren't out here killing us, I'd be impressed.
Break their command servitors, and you break them.
All right.
Cade,
What?
why are you here? The truth.
Can't a hunter sit in on a mission with his friends? Because that's all this is. Let's find that Nexus Mind. We keep knocking the fallen houses down and they keep coming back. If they weren't out here killing us, I'd be impressed.
Break their command servitors, and you break them. Every servitor down brings us closer to ridding Venus of the fallen.
Plus, it opens a lot of doors. Upper level's clear. I'm reading a massive barrier ahead.
Cade, I appreciate the support, but don't you have other responsibilities?
Look, current situation aside, the Guardians have things handled. Doesn't leave a lot for the Hunter Vanguard to do.
If you're bored, the Warlock halls could always use a once-over with a mop.
What was that? You're breaking up. That barrier would have taken considerable resources to power. I think they're scared.
Validate that fear, Guardian.
My stomach drops whenever you make a jump like this. And I don't even have a stomach. Funny how that works. Like the Taken got to the Nexus mine first.
Doesn't change the plan.
My stomach drops whenever you make a jump like this. And I don't even have a stomach. Funny how that works.
What is happening here?
Looks like the Taken got to the Nexus mine first.
Doesn't change the plan.
Mara? It's been fun. But I've got a legion of hunters to oversee, which is less fun than it sounds. I think I'm too hands-on.
Some of them just don't like you.
Wait, what?
You've done well, Guardian. For the time being, Venus continues to turn, despite our enemy's best efforts.
Still no loot, no skeleton key. Frustrating. But I need to have a look at my sleeper simulant, and I think the perks there are not really as they should be. And they've not been activated, so I'll probably have to do some patrols in order to beef up on my materials. I think that's probably most likely. The game is taking that menu screen away from me. I want it back, I want it back. Where is it now? Spin metal, spin metal, spin metal, spin metal. Need to get spin metal.
Guardian, we've picked up a high-gain transmission. Origin point is somewhere along the coast, near the Cosmodrome.
That's Rasputin, the AI Warmind. If I'm understanding him correctly, it's a distress call. There are so few ballet fans left, Guardian. It'd be a shame to lose him.
Even Ogo is in here. Well, that's too bad. Look at this.
Военный спутник запущен. Коды доступа внутри.
Heads up. Rasputin's dropping a warsat in from orbit. It's got the codes we'll need to access his bunker. Sorry, just a little longer. I think Rasputin is testing me.
look at that killing me. Died with valor, my friend. And thank you for trying to rescue us. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Военный спутник запущен. Коды доступа внутри.
We have a war site incoming. Rasputin says it contains codes we'll need to gain access to his bunker. Going as fast as I can. You'd think Rasputin would have made this a little easier on us.
Olga.
Got access. Let's go.
And there we go.
I'm detecting comm signals deep in the vault.
Anyone with a radio could have picked up Rasputin's distress call. If we don't shut it down, half the Cosmodrome could be at his front door.
I'd forgotten.
Could try to hack us, but Rasputin might handle that poorly. His system's already stressed. Must be some other way to bypass his systems.
Система взломана. Нанесен урон. Запущено планирование контрмер.
He's not happy.
You're through. That's all that matters right now. All that raw power. Someday we'll establish communications with the war mind. Speak to it. Understand it. If we are ever to reach a second goal, it will be with Rasputin at our side.
Basically, for everyone watching, the mission I'm playing at the moment as part of the Seed of the Void Strikes is the same one, Fallen Saber, which we were doing yesterday in order to get sleep at Simulant. The only difference is the other one is on a very hard difficulty level, much harder than this one. Collect some ammunition, my friends, Worked well. The grenade did him, I think.
Rasputin has incredible technology under lock and key down here. I'm almost surprised he doesn't have breaches more often. I guess it helps he really doesn't like visitors.
Высокий приоритет мобильному юниту. Уничтожить невольников.
That shank's been modified to crack his system. Let's take it out.
Another sniper sham got me.
Zavala, these breaches are a serious threat. Has the Vanguard tried to reach out to him recently? Get him to understand we're allies.
The last time we sent in a team was years ago. We found what remained of their bodies scattered across the Skywatch.
Noted.
In the meantime, I'm sending a team to seal the vault. All thanks to you, Guardian. Impressive work.
Yet again, no loot. I think, what do I need to do? Spin metal I need to get. So we've done about 4 or 5 Siva heroic strikes, a few, and what I do need to do is do some admin in the tower. Also want to see whether I can get some spin metal from there. If not, I have to do some patrols, because my sleeper simulant is good, but not as mighty, because my perks are not fully enabled, so I need to do that. The whole week dedicated to my sleeper simulant, hey? But definitely worth it. A very, very powerful weapon. Once I got all the perks up and running, fully enabled, all the bosses will fear me. And that's the task, that's the quest. Well, we have some new followers on Twitch. Thank you very much, guys, for coming in today. Bear with me, I just wanted to tell you about our new followers. We have some new members here. Albert Gaming Channel. Welcome, Albert Gaming Channel. Welcome to you, sir. Thank you for coming in, for being a member of our community, for joining us. Hope you're going to enjoy our channel, our chats, conversations, and firefights. Thank you for that. Let's see. Then Tuga, welcome to Instagram, Catfish World as well, Jessica Abel, Horizon Art, and we'll see who else, Scream Kaneki, GBC, Coid V Games, Colorful, Jessica Cable, Zoral the Great, Alexi, Louis K06, Carrie Mary, and Tuga, Abel Vane, and Ben Bad Beat. Well, thank you so much, guys, for coming, for watching, for being here. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your support. Our community is great, energetic, vibrant, supportive, and growing. And as said early on, join my video gaming blog, a brand new blog called Gaming Dialogue, and you'll be able to keep abreast with all the news, all of our community members, and everything else that goes on here. Let me just have a look. We have not enough space there. Okay, probably can stash some of those in the vault.
Whenever you need me again, Guardian.
Looks like we have plenty of those in here. Open character. Let's see, we'll put 380. 381, 385. Okay, so
Scanning all.
back to our postmaster.
Disruption resolved.
Like
Transfer.
the engram. We don't really need that one. We'll just dismantle it straight away. Ishtar dilemma. Pulse rifle focus. I like the cloak though, it looks good. It looks good, but it doesn't have much impact. Just before that pulse rifle. Okay, we've got some engrams, plenty of engrams in here, but I think this one we do not need. Some we do not need anymore. Spin metal sensor. Spin metal sensor would do us good, really. You see? Helium filaments, okay.
Have a nice day.
So helium filaments and spin metal sensor is what I need at the moment.
Alright, let's get started. Yes.
These are the engrams. I have got some interesting find for you, sire. Have a look.
Hope it serves you well.
Anomi SMM. Rakapoltergeist. Takanami Ranger. Takano's
Not many of those
Cloak.
left.
Motor Blight. And Sina Lamprey. So coming back to that, no, we don't want that one. Saros as well is 390, well, not too bad. I quite like Saros actually, it's just that it's not legendary. And in here we have shotgun. Okay, that one. Got those ones in the vault as well. No, we don't really need a ghost either, because the one we have equipped also does have the same sensor. The same sensor will do the same job. What we are doing is all the low quality kit we're dismantling, and then as we dismantle them we get some extra armor materials and goodies. They vary from item to item, and if you dismantle any of those legendary exotic weapons, then you'll get legendary or exotic shards. I would not advise you to do that unless your vault is completely full, or if you have, you know, several items of the same, which is basically the duplicates, and then you can easily dismantle them. As you get your exotic or legendary shards, then these are going to be used for your infusion. So very important to have them sometimes. 390 defense, 390 you see, Rakapoltergeist, we don't really need, I even have this in my vault, so we can simply dismantle it. Collecting legendary marks. I said shards, it's actually marks. Cloak of the Cosmonaut. Takanami cloak. I want to see what this cloak looks like. Looks very good. And what's the back? Pulse rifle. Well, we know that we don't want that one. It is the one we have currently equipped. That will remain there. Again, we look at octopus cloak. We is intellect. They're not going up. And a relic iron, might of light. Tells us exactly, as you could see, material details where you can get them from, so that's very useful. In fact, I only discovered that today. You can see how big the Destiny world is, but I guess I should have looked at every single bit at all times, but you know. Material details tell you where you can get them. Armor materials you get by dismantling armor. Relic iron you get through the ruins and, from the ruins and Mars. Might of light you get from weekly heroics, public events, and dismantling upgraded gear. Legendary marks you get from daily heroic and daily crucible playlists, as well as dismantling legendary gear. So as you can see, some just see. What I do want is sleep stimulant. So exotic shards. Let's see. Spin metal, spin metal, spin metal, spin metal, spin metal, and exotic shards I will need for infusing. So primarily we need spin metal, and we need to go to Cosmodrome. Okay, so that is what we're going to do immediately. We'll collect all of that spin metal and then enable all the packs. Very important, because as you could see in these heroic strikes, my weapon was effective, but not as good as it can be. Radiant light, you have come through the darkness and diminished, increases all XP gains, lasts until weekly refresh. So that's quite good. I'm you know, getting radiant light. I'm glowing because I finished my Nightfall this week already.
I hope we helped you, Guardian.
See that? When I'm glowing, that means I completed
Russian,
my Nightfall.
from the evening of the Golden Age. A religious text, I think.
Does he have anything to say to us?
Okay, I can help with this.
Used some of those currencies. I don't really want any of these. That's all useless. Let me just see whether I've got still some or not. Heavy ammo synthesis, I have 4. Could do with a few more.
Anything else?
2.
Until next time.
We want to keep those because obviously with that very powerful weapon they'll be very handy if you're running out of ammunition.
So much stupid, so little time.
Alright, so that's that. Cosmodrome. Cosmodrome is the next Plague Land. Let me see whether I have anything in Cosmodrome. I got this one. Level up and kills, so that's good. The rest have not been completed. Bounties. Patrol complete. Noble deeds. Corrupted land. Plague land, the metal of the flesh, formed the ritual, King's Fall. No, I don't have anything really for Cosmodrome at the moment. Well, my hunter did have a long run here on the game, and I completed everything.
Bounty posted. Checking log.
Another bounty. Patrol the Cosmodrome. You see, I would take this one, but 100 patrols I'm definitely not going to do, and they keep changing I think it's on the weekly basis. Fallen Major Assaulters defeated, Fallen defeated, Void Weapon kills, Get that Precision kills. I think probably the Fallen defeated. Might be facing Fallen in there, so we can get that bounty cleared. And off to Cosmodrome. Off to Cosmodrome. This is the next step, but you know what, before I go to the Cosmodrome I'll have a snack, and this is what I'm going to do right now, so bear with us. I want to have a brief snack, 5-minute break. As you know, when I do solid broadcasts of about 6 to 7 hours, then I do take lots of breaks, because you know what, my brain needs to be crystal sharp and clear, and I need to be able to pay my attention to every single thing coming in on all platforms. Therefore I ask you for your patience, and in fact I would advise everyone else, if you are a gamer who likes doing lengthy sessions, make sure that every 90 minutes you take a break of about 5 to 10 minutes in order to stretch, in order to walk around a bit, have a bit to drink, have a bit to eat, and then come back. It's just all together for your well-being and also for your attention span, which is going to be invested in your online activity. So, on that note, I'll ask you to be a bit patient for about 5 minutes, and I'll be back very shortly after I had my snack, after I had something to drink, and then we'll go to Cosmodrome, we'll do some patrols, and we are going to be collecting spin metal in order to increase those specs, to enable those specs on my Sleeper Simulant. Hello everyone, thanks very much for being here with us. I was on my break. Hope you did get the messages there indicating that as I'm changing the schedule and running lengthy daily broadcasts, I have to take several breaks in order to basically clear up my head and, you know, to be as attentive as always. I can see that we have Iron Warrior coming here. Thank you, Iron Warrior, for coming. Welcome to our community. This is Gaming Dialogue, DRBMiller channel. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. Today, just to update you on what I'm doing at the moment, I've been working on my sleeper simulant throughout the week. I got the weapon yesterday, thanks to Matthias, who's also here. Hello, Matthias. How are you doing, sir? Good to see you again. Very grateful for all of your assistance and help yesterday. And as you will see on my blog shortly, I'm dedicating some sections of our community page there to our activity. I'll basically write up all we've done on Sleeper Simulant for any other community members, so indeed gamers worldwide, to learn from, really. And I'll also leave links for them to review, or replay what we were doing yesterday in order to learn how to get the weapon, because it is one of those more advanced sections of the game, and it's very difficult to get Sleeper Simulant because there are many tiers which need to be finished and got through. And so I think that sort of advice and description will be of assistance, and obviously we'll throw in many nice pictures as well, which is very important. If you're running a gaming blog, it has to have this massive visual content, because video gaming is all about the beautiful graphics and engagement with that distant fantasy world out there, similar to graphic novels, but guess what? Alive and well and kicking. So basically what I said earlier was that today I'm going to be doing several things in our Destiny universe. One is doing my Destiny 1 tasks. I cracked on with my Siva Heroics. I've done about 5, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and I realized that my Sleeper Simulant does need those perks to be fully enabled, so I'm going to go to Cosmodrome to collect some spin metal, and I collect as much as I can in order to make sure that all of those are enabled. Very, very important indeed, as we want that weapon to be as pertinent as possible. On my Siva Heroic Strikes, the weapon was very powerful, but indeed it will be even more mighty once all of those perks are switched on. Right, so without further ado, we are cracking on. We'll go to Cosmodrome as said, and that is going to be here in our patrol the Cosmodrome. I'll leave it on easy, we don't have to really make any adjustments in there. And the quest is to collect spin metal, because we do need spin metal for our Sleeper Simulant. Hope you guys are enjoying a wonderful day in the UK today. Well, certainly if you are down south, we are having a beautiful spring, sunny, bright skies type of day, and it is quite warm, really. When I woke up today, it was a bit chilly, got warmed up as we cracked on. Haven't seen much of the day outside, I have to admit. My new schedule is making sure that I'm office bound, but I'll catch up later in the day. Get up at 5 in the morning, ready to take some strolls.
I'm receiving reports of fallen snipers in proximity to the patrol beacons. Stay alert, Guardian.
So I just want to see whether my ghost can be tracking some of that spin metal. It would be easier for me to find either seed, spin metal sensor. But as you can see, neither do I have helium filaments, nor do I have glimmer. And go back to my weapon in there. I need glimmer as well. So looks like I will have to be getting a lot of spin metal. Right. Never mind, we'll do as much as we can here. See whether the other guys have that enabled. Spin metal detector. Spirit bloom. And then relic iron, either seeds, relic iron. Well, this ghost will actually give us more glimmer. Tile watch shell. So when you are destroying hive, you are getting more glimmer. Alright, so let's pay attention. Let's walk around and collect some spin metal. You're just walking and searching. That's all we're doing at the moment. And then if we come across any enemies, we have to be alert and ready, and we'll then be destroying them with our mighty weapons. No weapons at the moment. So no weapons at the moment. No spin metal at the moment. Come on, switch on. Well, the task is rather simple and mundane. We just have to keep our eyes open. And As tells me there are also consumables you can use to generate glimmer from specific enemies. Thanks for that, sir. I almost forgot. I keep forgetting about my consumables. You know, I was sort of checking them out earlier today, and there are indeed can be used to gather more glimmer from Vex enemies. Last 10 minutes. I need to go to. So that's the idea. Blue polyphage is the one that will do the job, and then I do have 8 of those, so I'll be able to collect quite a bit of glimmer, I think. And enhance Siva offering, devil splices, Vanguard reputation. Vanguard reputation rewards from strike playlist you and you're fighting for 2 hours. Well, I'll use that on Vanguard playlist next time I go there. Sleepless Gaze, staring contests are yours to win. That's my appearance, either seeds. In fact, I can probably use either seeds consumable. Last 10 minutes. Fallen enemies. Okay. Iron Warrior is asking, are you raiding? Not at the moment. I'm actually building my characters to be raid ready, and then we are going to be doing just raids every day. If not every day, then certainly very frequently. It'll be 4 raids on 3 difficulty levels. So that is indeed coming soon on this channel. Destiny 1 raids, and then we'll have that as one of the how to put it, well, it's going to be the main focus on the channel, you know, doing the raids and discussing different tactics and strategies and all sorts. So that is next, or I should say coming soon. Not here yet though. Iron Warrior says, can I help you as I'm bored? Well, at the moment, I'm doing, you know, a couple of mundane tasks, and I want to finish those off, and then I'll be migrating today to Destiny 2. So thank you very much for offering. But at the moment, right now, considering that we've done lots of co-op and you know, squad work during the last few days and today as well, I'm having a bit of respite, so I'll certainly keep you in mind for any other tasks. In fact, I might bring you in later if I'm to do still some strikes, but I don't think that is going to be done today, because the schedule for today is Destiny 1 and then Destiny 2. We are coming back to Destiny 2 after a little while. I've not had any Destiny 2 streams since Christmas, and I prepared everything yesterday for it, so, you know. But thank you very much for coming and offering. I'm really sorry that you would have not been here earlier in my broadcast, because I was looking for some Siva Heroic Strikes partners, and I've done, I think, about half dozen with you know, randomly selected gamers, because there wasn't anyone from my community here. But as Matthias can tell you, there are so many opportunities to do co-op here on my channel. We've done so many, and generally, as this is a multiplayer, I prefer doing it together with others, you know, particularly for the missions and for the strikes. Patrolling is not always necessary, because it's very pedestrian tasks, you know, just collecting a few bits here and there.
We need your help, Guardians. Dead Orbit needs salvage from around this location. Specifics encrypted for your ghost.
Docking caps, I've done that yesterday. Alright. Probably will be run here. Matthias has spotted some spin metal. Yeah, it's possible. We'll have a look. I was racing a bit to the section where I thought the enemies were respawning. Well, where was that spin metal that you spotted? I didn't see it, but obviously as I was racing and jumping and being rather pleased. Oh, there it is, yeah. Just rather pleased with myself. Just ignore the obvious. And maybe here at the back. Matthias is asking, what character are you on? I'm doing the Hunter. Hunter has that sleeper simulant, and I want to do everything possible on my Hunter to enable all the perks, do everything. And there's the enemy, we wanted that. Docking caps, 33%. You know, sometimes I really dislike patrols because they can be lengthy and repetitive, and at other times I quite like them. So I guess it depends on the day, depends on what I'm doing altogether, you know, what my activities are. There's another spin metal, you see. I remember that one here. Matthias is telling me and advising us, our community members, that as a hunter you can put on Keen Scout, and that will make it so resources and chests will show up on your radar. Keen Scout perk. Yeah, I remember us discussing this a little while back, and I kept it on, really switched on. My hunter had it ever since, and okay, it did provide me with this one, that's true. Well, it's funny because some of the other spin metal I collected wasn't visible on the radar. You know? Did you not see? Early on, the first two I collected did not show up on the radar. Well, I didn't think they were on the radar. So... there's a chest in there, you see, so what we'll do is we'll try to get there. Can jump. Everyone can tell you, jumping is not one of my greatest assets. Let me see. Yeah, I do have it on. Forgot. There we are. Still having that hat of Titan on my head because I've been doing my Titan for quite a while. And I find it, you know, I'm not really, as a person, I'm not generally very flexible. Some people have this ability to adjust instantly from one moment to another. I don't have that. And my autopilot frequently resorts to the same mode for a little while. Hence my slowness in applying certain skills here. Because as you know, we played Titan now for a little while. So we got some spin metal in there as well. Spin metal was indeed detected. And what we do want is another one, but where is another one? Maybe there. Is there another chest? Has it disappeared now? Has it gone? You know, it's weird because early on I didn't spot my radar detecting spin metal. Did you see it? I didn't see it. It's funny because when you said it, I noticed, but maybe just myself. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. Because obviously having that perk switched on, and I remember you telling me this little while back, really helps. And for the benefit of our community members, the perk is basically on your Night Stalker Hunter subclass, and it's the last one in a row, the top row, and it's called Keen Scout. And basically, once you enable this perk, you can sprint and sneak faster, gain enhanced tracker, and the ability to mark targets with damage. So really very, very useful, because if you're looking for certain items, you are going to be getting them on your radar, so it makes all of that, you know, activity when you're searching for those items a lot more enjoyable, and obviously a lot faster as well. So really good. Thought there was some spin metal in there as well, but didn't seem to be there. Pay attention to my radar. No, I'm not defending that war set again. Well, actually, maybe I will defend the war set. It's not the same one, is it? So where is it? See how useful this is. You see it on your radar, and then that spin metal is yours. So where's the wall set? Must be up there. What I do want to do is I want to walk and collect my spin metal, and this is obviously the primary purpose for me being here in Cosmodrome. Any more spin metal here? No. Time flies when you're having fun. It's interesting, but so many community members did come in during the last few days, and they sort of sent me messages indicating that they still love Destiny 1. I guess people heard that I might be abbreviating Destiny 1 to a degree and migrating to Destiny 2. And even yesterday I had 3 people who said live on Twitch that Destiny 2 is alright, but they still prefer Destiny 1. One of the reasons as to why we don't have that many people either playing or viewing Destiny 1 on Twitch is that everyone who would have been still doing the raids and strikes until September, they all migrated to the new seasons. You know, the evolving world of Destiny 2 Forsaken is now delivered through annual pass, and one season, Season of the Forge, had been completed, and then presently we have Season of the Drifter. So Season of the Drifter is up and running on Destiny 2, and lots of people are having those very, very long grinds to get some extra loot. In fact, Captain Jack was here a couple of days ago and he said he's still doing them, still wasn't able to get some of the loot. And that's the reason as to why the viewership on Twitch, not just on my channel but generally, had dropped somewhat compared to what we had until a few months ago. But you know, people come back. Destiny, like Halo, is a game that will stay with us for many, many, many years. It's been 5 years already. And just for all of you Halo veterans, you probably would have heard the news that Halo is going to be the anniversary top-notch digital remastered edition is going to be released for PC. And I think Bungie, together with the community members of Halo 1, 2 and 3, will be then bringing in the old gamer tags to the PC version. And this is a true revelation because many people have not been able to engage with the old gamer tags and connect with the community, as the support for the trilogy would have been discontinued. And that is going to be very, very interesting and very exciting. I invite everyone to join in once the game is released for PC. And as you know, Halo is the Destiny predecessor, or we could say, well, Destiny is an extension of Halo to a degree. The second big project that the company produced, and obviously to a very great international acclaim. I have to say Halo was very positively received immediately when released, which was not the case with Destiny, but as things progressed, the community grew, people accepted the game, and as you can see, we have millions of people worldwide still doing it and loving it. Me being one of those, of course. And many other community members as well. Lots of people tell you that this channel has been a hub for Destiny veterans and people who were with the game right from the beginning. And I was personally very, very surprised when I started the channel.
Okay, I'll notify Dead Orbit.
You know, I expected just the channel to be an experiment, but we had many, many Destiny veterans coming in and making new connections and bonds here. Some of our members already knew each other from before because they've done some, you know, team matches and raids and strikes. Others were creating new bonds, and this is all we want to see when doing online gaming. It's all about connectivity and communication and meeting people from all over the world who are focused, polite, friendly, attentive, helpful, kind, people who are your team players, people who want to engage with others, and they share their views, opinions, tips, hints on the game as well as on other related and affiliated topics. Alright, today I'm really in no hurry at all. I'm doing everything, you know, really slowly and just appreciating everything I have. Similar to Elder Scrolls, Fallout, or some other PC open world games, you know, you are having that sense of achievement and reward when you feel you reached a certain stage with everything completed, and I'm feeling that really at the moment. Just coming back to another subject, I spent some time yesterday looking at
hang on, we might have a problem.
Lots of new games that were introduced to PlayStation Now services, and it's always great to be able to access them instantly. Anybody interested, PlayStation Now is your Netflix for gaming, and really, although they have just a few blockbusters there, there are lots of obscure and less well-known games, and particularly those that are catering for the Asian markets, you know, adventure games and some of the fighting tournaments, and really, really good stuff. And yesterday I looked at another Bethesda classic, which is Dishonored, and on PlayStation 4 we don't have Dishonored 1, and the Dishonored 1, which was released on PlayStation 3, you know, it's been placed on, well, basically it's accessible on PlayStation Now, and I'm very, very you know, grateful to PlayStation Now for doing this on PS services, because I've not played the game and I heard a lot about it. I've looked at the other ones, but not the first one, and I played it yesterday for a little while, and it was just great. It was just the kind of game I love. So Dishonored is really my latest discovery. Heard a lot about it, but you know, the trouble is, if you are engaged with these massive big open world games, you actually don't have enough time in a day to be tackling everything that comes out. And I mean, presently I have Anthem and The Division 2, both massive open world games, you know, on my desk, and they will be streamed in here. And guess what, we have Days Gone coming out in a few weeks, another likely to be a classic from Hideo Kojima, the guru behind Metal Gear Solid classics and games. So I honestly cannot wait to see what the game is going to look like. I watched the trailers and some other video clips. It looks amazing. It really reminds me, it looks like a combination of Metal Gear Solid and Fallout and Far Cry and Rainbow Six, you know, that sort of thing. Tactical shooter with zombies and with open world and chases and stealth and everything. So very, very curious. And also, this is his first independently made project, his own company doing it or producing it. very, very curious to see. It's extraordinary, isn't it? I mean, Mr. Kojima is still very, very youthful, and just to consider that he's been doing the games for almost 30 years is absolutely astonishing. Remember buying the first Metal Gear Solid and playing it on PlayStation 1 console and being baffled by the strategy and the angles and all else, and I loved it. I thought it was absolutely amazing. It was a next generation game at the time. Right, I'm talking, and now is the time to collect some more spin metal and then get some of those perks, and maybe we'll go to Destiny 2 then. Destiny 2. The only reason I'm going in is because I want to get some glimmer. And I'll pop one of those perks as well. I have about 10 of them, so I can get more glimmer. Thanks to Matthias, I'm being really reminded of all those consumables that need to be used. Open world shooters, there are fewer of the items which you can be using as you're progressing, and that is really, really good. And you'll be able to see in Destiny the gamers who are in possession of that mindset when they do the same drill every single time before entering the arena, and trying out the inventory and going through the materials and consumables and checking the weapons and all this, will always be stronger. They always will be winning better, and I guess that is as important in PvE as well as it is in PvP. But my mindset is being polished up and indeed created, so I'm getting better at this. I'm still forgetting sometimes to collect my bounties, but I'm getting there. Don't forget, I've not played this game for too long, moving towards 6 months so far, and I'm being contested here with my friends who were on Destiny for about 5 years plus. So I'm really very grateful for the input and advice, and I'm not ashamed of the skill and knowledge I acquired in such a short period of time. Very, very happy, particularly with their helpfulness and all that was learned directly from my community. So I was looking at this early on. Where is it now? It is here. Right. Loads of those consumables are timed, so you need to really use them fast. Lots of different things. Things you can get away with it. Taught a lesson, met his untimely end instantly. Didn't have that many enemies up here. Usually we get a few more. Pleased with this. This one grenade killed that captain, and sometimes it's not as easy. Those knights are certainly quite menacing. Let's pay attention to my radar as well. Easy to lose that from sight. But he is going to have a nasty surprise here. And I'm going to steal treasure. No, I put it on. I put it on. Alright. What we'll do is, we'll put it on now. And thanks to your advice, you know, I'll be able to do it. We'll do this as quickly as Black's Max idle. So that's been switched on. He escaped my grenade, this beast. That soup is gone into this completely wrong direction. Each of my Imago loop is operational and as mighty as always. Got killed. Why? Probably I was a bit slow for those enemies. Slightly. Let's see, back again to my consumables. I'm preoccupied with my consumables. 754, and the one I used was also polyphage. You know, that was ridiculous. I've switched on polyphage, and that one is for the Vex on Venus. For whatever reason, somewhere in the back of my, head was the polyphage, but I did consider it earlier for my Venus missions, and indeed it was Black Max idle. It's to be used here. Be the seeds as well. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Either of us do. Well. We learn as we go along, don't we? That's just the way it is. Excuse me. We even didn't have enough time to switch off the mic, which happens sometimes. Happens sometimes here. I hate when this happens. One sneezes to go directly into the mic. And what I want to say is very important what Matthias said, and that is to be using your consumables appropriately, because guess what? You are then collecting and progressing much faster, both with Glimmer and with materials and literally everything else that needs to be accomplished. In fact, my session here with D1 is turning out to be a lot lengthier than I anticipated, but you know, always enjoyable. loads of those animals coming out of here. Bounty has been completed, so that's pretty good. Champions as well, I think. Where did she go? Jumped off the cliff. Look at that. Wasn't particularly good, was it? Right, I've had enough of this. I really need to be getting on. Two. One is here. And where's the other one? Is that there? What's happening in there? There might be something in there. The question is what? Something is hiding in there, but I don't see exactly what this might be. It was really a wasted effort. Didn't see anything up there. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Wasted effort. But you know what? In fact, I collected... Oh. Spin metal as well. That wasn't the one though. Let's have a look. Sleeper stimulant perks. Come on. Sleeper... I keep calling it stimulant. It's called simulant. Okay, so the first perk is... I see, we need to activate this one, probably hit fire first. Still, we need to be grinding a bit. Alright, we've got hip fire enabled. CQB ballistics, greatly reduced recoil, significant penalty to range, smooth ballistics, boost to range. Put this one back on, I think, because I changed it. The other, I could see the difference when applying the weapon to some of the targets. Right, so we need to collect more spin metal and more glimmer. Alright, just bear with me a second. Back in 30 seconds. There we are. More spin metal in here. Yeah, it still stays on the radar for a while until it disintegrates. Well, that means instant death. Just to go down there. Still keeping it on the radar. Yep. No. Not really. No hidden items in here either. I think what we'll do is we'll just pop the other one back on. And that is going to be Black Wax Idol. Double up on this. What did I do now? Yeah, this is a good use of that grenade. Sometimes I keep throwing it too far out. I'm not sure why. Maybe I'm still thinking of the Division 2. The Division 1. I'm actually aiming at something differently. Right. Didn't really work, but we need to destroy that enemy as soon as possible. Is that just myself in there? Anybody else? No, there is somebody else. No. Jinxed. idea what killed me. We have very little time. Now they've gone.
Okay, guess we're on it.
Still there. What on earth has happened? He appeared and he didn't appear. Purple Banana is here. Hello Purple Banana, how are you doing? Good to see you here. Thank you for joining our community. Purple Banana is asking about my day. My day's been so good so far. Very good indeed. Very enjoyable. Lots of good battles. Moving forward with my sleepy simulant. Everything looking really nice and bright.
We can do this, I hope. Don't give up.
Purple Banana is asking me about Destiny 2. Yes, indeed. I was just saying earlier in my broadcast, we are going to have Destiny 2 stream as well shortly, once I completed this.
We're out of time. Almost got all of them.
Purple Banana, did you not hear me? I said that I have Destiny 2 and the stream is going to be happening later today of Destiny 2. At the moment I'm doing Destiny 1, as you can see, beefing up on my sleeper simulant materials in order to... Yes, hello? What's going on? Can you not hear? Well, the sound switched on, but maybe your sound switched off, so... I don't know what's happening. Maybe there's a problem with the network. I'll repeat again, I'll say that Destiny 2 streams are going to be resuming today. I've not been doing them since Christmas, and I look forward to that because I'm completing almost everything on my... no, don't worry about it. Sometimes there are some glitches on PlayStation Network, and therefore the sound can't be easily heard, or you have glitches on the party, and it's one of those part and parcel things here. Yeah, basically I wanted to tell you that Destiny 2 streams are going to be resuming today. I'm stretching my Destiny 1 stream because I intended just to do a few things early and then carry on with Destiny 2, but the reason for that is I discovered that my perks on Sleeper Simulant still needed more glimmer and materials, and therefore I'm doing the Cosmodrome thingy in order to beef up on them. Destiny 2 I streamed last year, and I've not had any Destiny 2 streams since last Christmas. So we are resuming with those today. I actually double-checked, triple-checked everything yesterday. Everything is in working order. There were several updates, and my Destiny 2 game on the PS4 is ready for regular broadcasts. As you perhaps were not here last year, I can tell you that my broadcasts were usually Destiny 1 in the morning and Destiny 2 in the evening. And at the moment, we'll have to see, really. Destiny 1 is almost complete with everything. I just need to be doing the raids, and that is then going to be probably the main focus on of the channel. There are 4 raids done on 3 difficulty levels, various teams. So I really look forward to that as well. The idea was to really raise the abilities of my characters, also with kit and gear, to be raid ready, and then we can do it. So that is the plan. Thank you for your cheers and for your bits, really appreciate it. For all other viewers and community members, just a brief reminder that anytime you use bits and cheers, you are supporting this channel, but also the entire online streaming community, all the online entrepreneurs. All the revenue which is spent on bits and cheers is split and shared between Twitch and all the other broadcasters. It goes 50-50. So by using bits, cheers, emotes and various other visual components on chat, you are supporting the entire online broadcasting community. I really appreciate your support and help. We have some very dedicated users of bits and cheers on my channel, and I always personally thank them for that. Barak is here as well. Hello Barak, how are you doing? Thank you for joining us, thank you for being here, thank you for being a member of our community of Destiny gamers, and thank you for joining my community here on the channel. Is Barack also a Destiny gamer? Do you also watch and play Destiny? Thank you very much for bits and cheers, Barack. Really appreciate it. Thank you. As said, all those bits and cheers are supporting our online entrepreneur community, and we are all very, very grateful, you know, for your support and contributions. It's one of the easiest ways of supporting broadcasters. Purple Banana says, I love Destiny. Destiny is one of those legendary games, you know, and it has that capacity for replay, and you have different characters, and there's so many different ways through which you can easily play the game, both by yourself and with your teammates. So really, truly wonderful game, and continuously evolving, as you could see on Destiny 2. They're producing that everlasting, evolving world. This is a new concept, and Bungie are really leading the industry in that respect. They want, well, it's an experiment. We'll have to see how, you know, it all evolves. But so far so good. I think the seasons were well received. Season of the Forge and the one of the Drifter. I've not gone in yet, but you know, I've heard just very, very good things. Lots of people said, in fact, Matthias and me talked about this yesterday, that Bungie are trying to do with the seasons something which is similar to the Taken King DLC content on Destiny 1. And I think, you know, there certainly is, you know, it's certainly noble, because they do want to have that sort of expansion or, you know, addition, which can be seen as revolutionary and indeed of a massive assistance to gamers. As you remember, the Taken King just changed Destiny 1 completely, and that was always greatly appreciated. So, you know, the seasons are having the same sort of aura. They're not quite the same, but, you know, we are hoping that as they continue for a little while, we are going to be experiencing lots of benefits. And most importantly, they need to be reflecting all that the community members have been saying to Bungie from Destiny 1 veterans. And I think Bungie have taken a lot of that on board. Still not fully resolved. I think a lot more room for maneuver in Destiny 2 Forsaken and the seasons, but you know, it is all progressing. Purple Banana says, have a really good day, mister. Well, have a good day yourself, Purple Banana. We hope to see you here again soon. Do join us, do join our blog, do join our Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and all other social networking forums of this channel. The blog is called Gaming Dialogue, and you know, it gives you a serious approach to video gaming, so have a look. Our brand new social hub for the DRBMiller gaming community called Gaming Dialogue. Activated only on Tuesdays. It's been run for 2 days. So jump in and give us your thoughts, opinions and views. Right, so let's see. Am I getting anything? Or am I just dancing around? Purple Now says, will do. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for coming. Thank you for talking to us and obviously joining all of our community members. When this channel is very busy, when we do some really interesting missions, then we usually have many Destiny veterans on board, and if you kind of listen to what they say, you can learn a lot from them. They know everything about the game, about every single relic, every single bit, you know, all the consumables, materials, anything that needs to be done in the missions. And Bungie created Destiny in order to build a very large community, and you know, the idea was that community members would help each other rather than having your game guides online, and that indeed has been my experience of the game. I learned everything from the very beginning through my community members. So I'm very, very grateful to all, and I just hope that everybody else who's a newbie or rookie coming in is going to be able to both do and experience exactly the same. Right, so I have now some more glimmer, but I need more spin metal. Okay, so let's see.
Guardians, please salvage what you can in this location. Gotta keep these ships in the air.
Barak's asking, do you play on PS3? Well, I do, but at the moment all of my broadcasts are on PlayStation 4, and that is basically tied into the way this channel has been set up, you know. In due course we'll have multi-platform streams. They'll include Xbox as well as PC. At the moment everything is on PlayStation 4, not on any other platform. So at the moment I'm not streaming or doing broadcasts on PlayStation 3. But as you are a PlayStation 3 gamer, then surely you are one of those people who is still able to play Mass Effect Trilogy, because Mass Effect is all on PlayStation 3, and Mass Effect is my favorite open world game of all times. In fact, I played it on Xbox. Very good to see some new community members coming in today. In fact, I talked about the absence of new members earlier this week because I felt that many people migrated to Apex, the Division 2 and Destiny 2, and we've had hardly anyone new coming in here for probably about 6 weeks. I think ever since Apex came out. That's certainly my assumption, and I'm very, very glad to see that there are new people coming in, because we want our community to be growing. At the end of the day, growth is very important, but the quality content even more so, you know? If you are a broadcaster, streamer, or if you run other social networking forums such as Twitter, Instagram, you know, Facebook, you will realize quickly that you're pressurized by, well, many different entities to be beefing up on the number of followers or subscribers.
Great work.
But at the end of the day, that is not essential. What is essential is the quality content, what you provide, and by that I mean the quality content provided by the broadcaster as well as from the community. And I can certainly say that we've had the content of tremendous quality coming from our community and our members, because the vast majority are Destiny and Bungie veterans, and you know, the knowledge, experience and skill on display here, not just Destiny 1 related, let's say video gaming industry related, has been second to none. Really, really happy about that. Really proud that so many people came here to my channel, which is fairly new, and share their thoughts, experiences and views. And all of that, I hope, is going to be reflected on the blog as well. The blog is brand new, so you know, we still have to be building our community section there, but in no time, I'm quite certain, as the blog is going to be following our daily activities, we are likely to have also our members contributing there as well. Yeah, the streams could be 7-8 hours a day, but then the blog is there 24/7. You can come in at any time, join in, talk and share. To really destroy those fallen, because they'll respawn and have one of those champions in there. Maybe easier as there's 3 people in here rather than myself, and that's good always. Metal in here, semi-hidden. So many enemies in here. another perk. Thing that we really need. Okay. We'll do black wax. And we'll do either to beef up a bit. Okay. What's happening in here? One more perk we need for. My sleep is similar. We're indeed getting that. See what it is. A perk on my Imago loop which will make it reload faster. Because the reload on Imago is very, very slow. Don't know why. It is. Where are they? I think there were two champions. But I didn't get any of them so far. the others. Day-night cycle is also present here with spin metal, and that's pretty good. I like it. You don't have to go very far to get more materials. Iptor's here. Hello, Iptor. Long time no see, no hear. Hi, Iptor. What have you been doing? We haven't seen you much here on the channel for a little while. Is everything good? School. That dreaded institution. I hated school. I had top marks, but I just didn't like it ever, you know. I don't know why. You know, some people like love going to school. I hated it. And also with my, you know, high education and everything. Well, no. That's not true. It's the school. I nearly said something which is inherently wrong. I do not hate my private education and, you know, all the higher education stuff, but initially it was a real chore, and I tell you why. I grew up with my grandparents, and, you know, meeting other children, particularly at the tender age of 4, was a real chore, and it did take me a little while to adjust. Ipto is asking me, is this Imago loop? Yes, it is. This is Imago loop on my Hunter with all perks enabled, and I'll show you in a moment what these perks are. There is Imago loop, and the perks are Sure Shot, the best one for aiming, Last Resort, handles and reloads faster, extending mag, larger magazine, increased stability, reduced magazine size, and luck in a chamber, 1 random bullet. In fact, I nearly forgot about Malleus Maleficarum. That is a very good good perk if you are attacking hive wizards, so that can be switched on. But there are so many different perks and, you know, different elements to remember. I'm still learning. I'm actually remembering some of them quite well now, but it's the vast array of weapons and kit and everything that needs to be memorized, and I'm afraid it does take me a little while. Not played the game for too long, you know, 6 months is not that long, but I'm learning, and some of our community members, particularly Matthias, Captain Jack, Taco Inquisition, iGoose, you know, the Destiny veterans have been of tremendous assistance in reminding me what to do. In fact, Matthias reminded me today that I need to switch on, basically turn on and use some of my consumables and I'm going to do that immediately now, because I think the ones that were turned on expired. No, on cooldown very shortly. Well, you can see about 10-11 seconds, so you just wait, and then we'll put them back on, because we get a lot more glimmer by using these Eder seeds and Black Idol, helping a lot with all that is achieved here. The reason I'm doing this, Iptor, is very simple. I want to have my sleep assimilant fully enabled with perks, and I will be achieving that very, very shortly. In addition to that, as you know, the Taken respawn here, and then we get some champions. And I did eliminate one of those champions, but still there are on my hunt, I think, 2 other ones. In fact, I'll double check. In fact, I'm quite wrong. I did eliminate all the champions with my hunter. It is on my Titan that I have 2 left. Cashing up my bounties, up in my reputation, up with my reputation as well, and then yet again we are getting some extra up, some points on my reputation, or actually for my reputation, so these have been completed. Upgrade unlocked. Some other chaps are there as well, dancing a bit. And that's it, yeah. That's it, that's it. But what I do want to have a look at is... still need some of that spin metal. Okay, well, we'll do that. I'll focus on my spin metal and nothing else. In fact, I do remember where these ones are. And my perks are also enabled, so I can see them on my radar, and that's very good. It's funny because when I started it today, it didn't seem to work, but my perk on my subclass, my Night Stalker, the perk which is called Keen Scout, has been switched on ever since Matthias recommended it. Excuse me, my voice has gone completely for a second. And indeed, the perk has been very, very useful and very helpful. Because, you know, guess what? I was able to collect spin metal. Well, in here we collected it already. There are some other ones elsewhere. There is another one here. Still 5 to go. Let's see. Yeah. Activate Ikelos. That's the last perk, and obviously the most important one, because by activating Ikelos I'll get upgrades to my laser, and this will allow multiple ricochets on hard surfaces. So, you know, when you're firing, just like what Matthias was telling us yesterday, you'll get ricochet, and then those can be really killing all the enemies. It's very useful if you are being attacked by swarms, but beware, sometimes if it does bounce off the wall, then it'll kill you as well. So don't do it really from very, very close proximity. Do it perhaps from a distance. Sometimes if they're heavily shielded, you know, the weapons may well be functioning. Okay. And you know, if some of the bullets bounce off the shields, then indeed they can kill all the other enemies next to them. So it's very useful. Very good. Excellent. And another spin metal is here as well. I want to ask Ipto, are you playing Destiny 2 Ipto as well? You doing the seasons at all? The taken lieutenant is corrupting the land. Look at that. Of course, just by his presence he is corrupting the land. So in fact, one of the ways of getting certain materials and collecting some glimmer is by grinding patrols or coming to one of those areas. I guess this one is one of the best. The enemies come in very large numbers, it's in Cosmodrome. And then you collect everything. What I do want to do is I actually want to try my sleeper stimulant among the champions once fully equipped. So I'm quite curious to see whether it will work, and if so, with what ferocity. Let me see. Still two more. Boo. Come on, hurry up. Need to get another two. Lots of spin metal. Get them down there. This is annoying. I want to get my spin metal. Come on, is there any spin metal there? There is. Where? Over here, one. And then there is another in here, I think, as well. That is completing my task, and now I'm going to go and enable that last perk. Okay, come on, hurry up, you want to join in there. So I earned my trophy. Look at this, packing heat. Packing heat is the trophy on one of the best weapons, and with pleasure I am now jumping in. Because we'll get champions in there as well.
If you're game, I'm game.
So watch this. miss them. Didn't do much damage. We need to break his shield, I think, first of all. Shield's been broken. This is annoying. I can't break a shield.
Don't give up.
He knows I've got the most powerful weapon. He's chasing me instantly. Look at that.
Stay focused. Almost done. Keep it up. Almost got this. Good work.
Looks like I got some serious goodies in here. Let's see. Not some stock. But actually, I will bail. And I'll go to orbit. And then I'll go to the tower. Go to the tower. Do my admin in there, and then we'll do Destiny 2. So off we go to the tower. All has been achieved, everything that I scheduled for today. Very happy with my achievement. It's been a bit of a long grind, but we got there at the end. Sleeper Simulant is now fully active and fully enabled on all perks. The only thing we need to do still is to bring it to 400 level of light. friends, we are back to the tower. Our beloved home, our social hub, our everything. And how dreadful
Checking now.
this was when we discovered that our tower was being under massive, massive assault right at the beginning of the newly rebuilt one in Destiny 2. The other one is bigger, you know, I just like this one. The way it is, easy to use and everything else. Prefer it, in fact.
Hunters always have something intriguing.
Extra glimmer,
Ooh,
extra
interesting
glimmer.
choice.
Look, exotic item as well.
A good weapon.
No, it's possible. Tao Hue Yuan Huan.
All are safer with that in your hands.
Bought its power. Oh, parasitic optic as well. Good, good. Let's have a look at the goodies. Perk. Increased intellect. Yep, we do want more intellect. Recharge then our super much quicker. 390. 393. We really don't need any of this. It's all the same. And here we have 390. 390. Right. Parasitic optic. Increased intellect. Great catalyst. Okay. Night Stalker subclass. And what do you know, the very last of our perks has been fully enabled. Well, unlocked I should say, it's not fully enabled, but it's enabled as well. If we were to switch it on, Shade Step, you know, it is a perk that gives us this power to evade. We'll keep our keen scout on, very, very useful with radar and tracking, definitely of huge assistance. Coming back to our weapons, Imago Loop. Imago Loop needs to go up in power. Let's see, Imago Loop, Fusion. Regrettably, we do not have any other items, I think, which are more powerful. Let's correct 390. 390, another sniper. 385. We have Dark Blade Spite. Devil's Dawn, I infused it yesterday, I remember. Skiller is asking me, are you down for 1 against 1? Skiller, thank you very much for coming, and thank you very much for being here, for watching my broadcast. Thank you for being a member of our community. I can only tell you that at the moment I'm not doing any competitive gameplay here on Destiny 1, so there is no Crucible, and therefore the answer is no, I'm not doing any 1 against 1. You know, 1 versus 1. I'm doing PvE. as you can see. So thank you for your offer, but I'm not able to join in. So I can sniper rifle on this one. Let's like specific in here. Hot swap is a good sniper as well. The one I have equipped obviously is my Devil's Dawn, fully enabled and absolutely terrific. We have Firefly, armor piercing rounds, rifle barrel, quick draw. You know, I could have used armor piercing rounds on that champion. That would have been of use because he was heavily shielded. Doesn't matter, we'll have to remember that. Maybe we'll put this one on. Life support. Linear compensator. Armor piercing rounds. Accurized ballistics. Disciplinarian. This weapon deals a small amount of bonus damage to fallen enemies. Okay, so these are the bits, and then here, no news.
Come back before I get bored.
No, this was the wrong thing to do. I'm doing something completely wrong. And what I do want to do is I want to do the swap. And then we'll do this. Reminded of the fact that I do not have it. Devil's Dawn, Devil's Dawn. 390 has all perks enabled, and 391 also. Okay. Almost everything. So you know what? What we'll do is we'll put this one on. And the other one is going to go into gold. And then I can use the same sniper on my Warlock as well. I do have the same one on... No, I don't have it on Titan either. So either on Warlock or on Titan. It's 391 and this is 390. This one is fully equipped. 4 perks enabled. Switched on, going back to it, stored. So that's been stored, and I want to see if there's anything else to be stored. Hand cannon. Continental served me really well, as I said. And here we have Dragon, Smaller Swarm. These ones we'll keep for the moment. Not enough space for these. My armor. General. Okay, so that's all sorted out. don't think there's anything else to do in here, to be honest with you. Right, so basically to summarize on all that's been done today. The target today simply was to get my sleeper simulant to the top level, right? And I did manage to do that. I had to go to Cosmodrome. Basically we collected sleeper simulant yesterday after that very lengthy the sleeper stir quest, which was like a 5-tier quest, and once I got it yesterday I realized that all of these perks were basically not unlocked, and I had to go to Cosmodrome today to make sure I had enough glimmer and materials in order to do each one of those. So at the moment we have everything here on our sleeper simulant. The only thing we do need is to increase our power level. 390 attack points is very good. We need to have obviously 400, but as we've seen already on the vast majority of yellow bar enemies, sleeper simulant is very, very effective and most deadly. So all of those missions, everything we've done today was basically tied in to this enhancement of our fusion rifle, the best fusion rifle in the game, sleeper simulant, finally acquired yesterday, and I should say evenly increased in power with all of those perks being unlocked and enabled. So we are likely to do many more missions with this. In fact, maybe we can do something very, very quickly. I tell you what, we'll do a very quick see that heroic, and we'll try the weapon as for the enabled. Hang on, somebody wants to talk to us as well in there. Downstairs. And then after that we'll go to Destiny 2. Really look forward to Destiny 2. I've not played it for a while. I have lots of adventures and different planets that still have to be done on my Hunter.
You look
and
good.
that indeed is going to be a task for today. So.
I've got what you want.
Hope you guys are ready for Destiny 2 as well. I really look forward to that. I tested it yesterday and I've done all the updates which were necessary. Everything's up and running. There'll be no glitches or delays. And frequently what happens if you have not played Destiny 2 or for a little while, you need to do the updates and it'll take a long while. So obviously I had this experience before a couple of times, and therefore I've gone and done it in advance. So Vanguard armor, Vanguard chroma, and Vanguard weapons. Legendary item. We'll go for, let's see. Yeah. Atalanta's Hunt. We got that brand new ship, so I'm quite pleased. I want to see that new ship. I want to see what this new ship is going to look like. Preview the ship. Well, I know this ship, I don't like it too much. I like the one I've got much better. Tropos Gardener. Looks menacing. The one I just got is a bit like a Colossus, isn't it? Vintage Russian Soul. And the one I've got, Timeless Tereshkova. Like this one the best. In fact, it looks a bit like F-16, doesn't it? Well, maybe even F-35, looking very stealthy. State-of-the-art craft. And Atlantis Hunt. Reminds me of Colossus, Colossus from Anthem. Similar sort of, or maybe even Gibraltar from Apex. Like a massive bulky ship, looking really properly shielded. Alright, so we've got all of this sorted out. Go back. Want to see what other goodies we were given in that package. 391, 393. Okay. We do not need that one. And then let's see. And that's about it. Inventory, any consumables? Yeah, some. Let's see, motor flight, strange coin. Armor materials. If you hold at least 20 shards, you will earn extra rewards when you defeat Oryx in the Taken King version of King's Fall. So, might be a good idea to be collecting the mouldering shards. I need to really work out what other materials and consumables I need to have for certain raids. I need to work this out, write it into my diary, and then get fully prepared, because we want those raids to be a tremendous experience for everyone involved. Gamers and viewers alike. But you know what? It's getting really cold in here for some reason. I want to see what the temperature is outside. It's quite warm, midday, but temperature is definitely dropping, I can tell you. Tells us we're going to have some very pleasant days ahead of us. Okay, got a message here from Skiller. He was asking whether I want to do PvP, so I just have to answer our friend Skiller. And he was asking, are you going to be doing any 1 against 1? So let me just answer him. I did say to Nair, hopefully Skiller is listening, but I'll just respond in kind. So bear with us for a second. We'll do another strike very shortly. I want to put that weapon into practice, and then we'll call it today for our Destiny 1 stream. We've given our community member some pointers and directions and a clear answer that presently we are not doing any PvP Crucible on Destiny 1. Okay.
Alright, get on out there. Do something meaningful with your life.
All of that is in order.
Dead Orbit isn't calling the shots.
Checking, Guardian.
So let's see what the best course of action might be. I mean, surely it should be one of those Siva heroic strikes, as the enemies are going to be quite difficult and the weapon will be put into good use. I've done the weekly nightfall already, and yeah, well, I think I have all the bounties for Siva heroics. I just want to double check. There were 6 of those earlier on, prominently displayed there. Siva, Siva, Siva. Yep. Nightfall, Siva, Siva. So we'll keep those. Okay, set destination. We'll have a look at the strikes. No, we'll go to these ones here. We already were doing Siva heroic strikes earlier today. We were testing our new weapon, and then I discovered that the perks still had to be fully enabled. So today's broadcast was consisting of 3 different sections. Firstly, we had some introduction and an open forum on my blog, video gaming and video gaming history, and my kind of video gaming career. And we're going back, you know, quite a few years. Then we looked at the character of Hunter, the character I'm playing at the moment, and we were looking at the weapon that's been acquired yesterday, the Sleeper Simulant, and then we were to put this brand new weapon into good use. So we've done about half dozen heroic strikes. I worked out that the weapon was not that effective on some of the major bosses because all the perks were still not fully enabled, and therefore I've gone to Cosmodrome, collected everything necessary, beefed up on materials, on Glimmer, enabled all the perks, and the weapon is now more than ready to engage some of the most deadly enemies in the game. So let's immediately put this into a very, very good use by proceeding to our Siva Crisis Heroics. And as you could see, heavily modded heroic enemies appear in greater numbers and are more aggressive. Special weapon damage is favored. Some enemy squads have been fortified with additional reinforcements. Airborne players deal with more damage in the air. Okay, so all of that is there. We are going to carry on. And I need to say that I had some really very good teammates early on who were very, very focused on team effort, and indeed also our Destiny veterans. I could tell that from the strategies applied as well as their levels and light. They had also very, very mighty weapons. We are proceeding
The
to...
Vex have restarted their world-eating machine in a bid to restore their nexus. In time, Venus will be consumed.
And listen to this. Scouts report that the Vex have upgraded the Nexus mine with tech from the Vault of Glass.
Do you need something, Cade?
No. Just here to support my favorite Guardian.
I'm sure. Let's take that Nexus mine apart.
Hold on. I'm reading massive numbers of Taken. It's an invasion. Usually all you see out here is Vex.
Cade, why are you here? The truth.
Ikora, I'm hurt. I haven't seen you and the Guardian in a while, that's all. Let's get these taken. Remember when the scholars said the Taken wouldn't be any trouble once we killed the king? Maybe they should grab a weapon and come out here.
Their leadership has filtered downward. Take out the captains, Guardian.
What happened? Martaz says, remember that specialist makes special weapons do more damage and also make primary and heavy do less damage.
Hold on. I'm reading massive numbers of Taken. It's an invasion. Usually all you see out here is Vex.
Cade, why are you here? The truth.
Thank you for that.
Ikora, I'm hurt. I haven't seen you and the Guardian in a while, that's all. Let's get these taken. Remember when the scholars said the Taken wouldn't be any trouble once we killed the king? Maybe they should grab a weapon and come out here.
Their leadership has filtered downward. Take out the captains, Guardian.
Go race through that. Run forward. So what we'll do is we'll engage those captains. Just coming back to Matthias. You mean specialist? You mean these? Black Sideliners, which specialist? The specialist specs, or you mean the specialist weapons? Well, I was trying to revive him, but he got killed in the middle of it all. Revive him. Everyone died. Charged so slowly. Or maybe there was some other problem, maybe they didn't have enough ammunition.
Taken have been aimless since their king's demise. For them to concentrate their forces here means they understand the value of the Nexus Mind.
If they've taken it, we can still blow it up. I'm reading a massive barrier ahead.
Cade, I appreciate the support, but don't you have other responsibilities?
Look, current situation aside, the Guardians have things handled. Doesn't leave a lot for the Hunter Vanguard to do.
If you're bored, the Warlock Halls could always use a once-over with a mob.
What was that? You're breaking up.
That's in the middle of it, the hot zone.
That barrier would have taken considerable resources to power. I think they're scared.
Validate that fear, Guardian.
My stomach drops whenever you make a jump like this. And I don't even have a stomach. Funny how that works. Looks like the Taken got to the Nexus mine first.
Doesn't change the plan.
Thank you.
I've got a legion of hunters to oversee, which is less fun than it sounds. I think they think I'm too hands-on.
Some of them just don't like you.
Wait, what?
You've done well, Guardian. For the time being, Venus continues to turn, despite our enemy's best efforts.
No skeleton key, no loot, no goodies, no nothing. No. In fact, what I'll do is I'll do something else. I'll do some other strikes. In fact, weekly story playlist might be even better than that. So let's see. Guardian shields are increased but do not replenish. Primary weapon damage is favored. Enemies appear in greater numbers and more aggressive. Okay. Let's have a look. Do quickly one of those. Because what I do want to do is, I just feel that I've not had a chance to really use my weapon as much. Try different perks and see what works the best for me.
Lord Saladin, you said the Fallen knew about Siva, but I can't find a reference to Siva in the Vanguard database.
That's because I went to great lengths to lock it away. The records are in the Iron Temple.
Okay, but if the Fallen already know about Siva, then shouldn't we?
What you need to do now is track Sepix. If we find him, we will know the extent of the corruption.
Okay, I don't know which scares me more, the giant ketch, or whatever took a bite out of the wall.
Guardian, it's Shiro. You're gonna need some cover. Make for the Cosmodrome.
Need to get through that wall.
With most of the Kells gone, getting a force this large to work together is almost impossible. Saladin, you mentioned a sensor grid. Can we use that to tell how far this occupation extends?
The Fallen are irrelevant, Shiro. The only thing that matters now is finding Sepix.
Another one. Still have those. Pay the price. So did I. Look at that. 6 of them in there. Those fusion rifles are obviously eliminating me, but this time we're going to do something else. Look at that. I guess he was not very happy about being air conditioned, right?
Lots have fallen, but still no sign of Sepics. What is that pattern over there? Can we take a closer look? I'm picking up some strange readings. It's like what was on Sepix, but if I didn't know any better, I'd say this stuff is consuming everything around it.
That is Siva. With the proper direction, it could create anything a civilization would need. At least in theory. The Hive tend to keep to the dark. Something is driving them into the open.
Very effective. So you could see the wizards are gone in seconds. One shot, one kill. The weapon's been absolutely worthwhile. Just as Matthias told us. Doing these playlists is actually making it easy to use the weapon. The reason is simple. Siva Heroics really are focused on team effort, and the beasts, the bosses, are somewhat different. But in this instance, it just does the works. You know, different strategies for different missions, of course. Just that this week is dedicated to Sleepy Simulant. I want to do everything possible to make sure that everyone sees how useful the weapon is through both the gameplay and, I guess, a selected few missions. Exposed. It's annoying, wasted my bullet now.
I just lost all readings from the sensor grid. There's a monitoring station near your location. Hook into it and try to get the grid back online.
Not that far. Why did it go this far? Hacking.
There's not enough left of the sensor grid to fix. Wait. We can pull the logs from the monitoring station. Would that be enough to figure out what these Fallen are up to?
Do it.
Something weird incoming. These Fallen are different. They're augmented with some sort of technology, like Sepix.
Augmented or not, we need that sensor data.
There's more of these machine Fallen inside. there's not enough left of the sensor grid to fix. Wait. We can pull the logs from the monitoring station. Would that be enough to figure out what these Fallen are up to?
Do it.
Something weird incoming. These Fallen are different. They're augmented with some sort of technology, like Sepix.
Augmented or not, we need that sensor data.
I don't think I like the new and improved Fallen.
Well. What do you know? 2 of them.
There's not enough left of the sensor grid to fix. Wait. We can pull the logs from the monitoring station. Would that be enough to figure out what these Fallen are up to?
Do it.
Something weird incoming. These Fallen are different. They're augmented with some sort of technology, like Sepix.
Augmented or not, we need that sensor data.
There's more of these machine Fallen inside.
Wow. Okay. See whether we got everything right. Matthias says it's going to work now, but I should mention that you may want to put black hole back on your tether. You only need bound blood for that mission at the time. Hang on, let's have a look. That would be black hole back on my tether. Yeah, that's true, because I noticed, I forgot we switched it back on to Bloodbound. Black Hole connects many more enemies and it's more effective, yeah. I forgot. That's all I can tell you. I forgot that we changed that perk yesterday. And I left it on, and I should have gone back to Black Hole. Black Hole is very, very useful. So we'll keep it on and let's see whether it works. And I'm certain it will work better than what I've had so far, because in this instance there are quite a few enemies and captains coming at me, and then with the Black Hole, you know, it's going to be all good. I just forgot that we
there's not enough
changed
left
the
of the
perk
sensor grid to
yesterday.
fix. Wait. We can pull the logs from the monitoring station. Would that be enough to figure out what these Fallen are up to?
Do it.
Do it. So I'm going to be doing
Something
it.
weird incoming. These Fallen are different. They're augmented with some sort of technology, like Sepix.
Augmented or not, we need that sensor data.
I don't think I like the new and improved Fallen.
Where I just forgot, and I thought, hang on, Tether is just really slow, and you know, completely forgot about it.
Got everything I could out of the sensor logs.
Nice job, Guardian. But we still have to deal with Sepix.
We no longer need the servitor, Shiro. I've seen enough to know the Fallen have restarted production of Siva. Guardian, we've established a base at the Iron Temple. Join us here.
Alright, so we completed this, and I think that is going to bring us to the end of our broadcast for Destiny 1. The walls come down, old Russia, on Earth. It's been a very, very enjoyable day so far, I have to admit. Loved it. What do we have here? Okay, back to the tower again to polish off some of our achievements for today. It's been a very, very good day so far on Destiny 1 with my hunter. Sleeper simulant is working beautifully, as you could see, eliminating all those big enemies. Just like Matthias said, up to the top level, all the other yellow enemies are eliminated with ease. One shot, one kill. At its worst, maybe 2 shots, 1 kill, but most of the times when I tried it, it worked perfectly well. The weapons massively strengthened with all of those perks being unlocked and enabled, and we are done and dusted for all sorts of adventures ahead of us. So that's wonderful. And would it not be wonderful if we could just import the entire loot to Destiny 2 as well? Because we were obviously grinding it and building it and everything. So, you know, maybe there is even a way. I have to talk to my community members, because I remember there was some talk, was it? Yeah, I think it was with that Ishtar Collective app that we could do a few things. Well, that is a story for another day. At the moment we want to focus just on the basic tasks, and these are collecting some loot from our postmaster. And then
check. Goodbye.
Going to Master Rahul to decode.
Guardian? The Slayer of Oryx, then?
Indeed, sire.
Oh, sorry.
Some very interesting finds for you.
Very fine.
Unfortunately, they don't seem to be very powerful. And increased strength, increased intellect. Scout rifle focus is not unlocked yet. Okay. 385 and 385. All is 385, and we want 395, and we are not getting it. Anything blue, green, white. But as you could see, it's framed with gold, which means we have everything enabled, and that's terrific. In fact, we are going to focus on our Blade Dancer, because on Blade Dancer we have nothing. We've not used it at all, but not today. Alright, so that is all for today on Destiny 1. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for being with us today. We've had 6.5 hours of Destiny 1 gameplay, discussion and community activity. It's been truly rewarding. As said, we are migrating slowly to Destiny 2 as well, so within the next 5 minutes we will have another broadcast of Destiny 2. It is not going to be very lengthy, but you know, it's just the beginning of our Destiny 2 resumption. As you know, I've had night broadcasts on Destiny 2 since Christmas, and it's been a quarter without Destiny, and we did beta of its sequel, as well as VIP demo and open one on Anthem, and we also no, that's about it. I have several other shooters in sight as well. Metro is one of those, and as you know, we'll have Anthem and the Division 2 here on the channel as well. So the idea is to be simply focusing on everything that needs to be done in Destiny, and in Destiny 2 there is a lot to be done. Destiny 1 less so. We have the raids left, and also we have strikes and, you know, the weekly kind of activities. Everything else has been completed, so that's pretty good on all 3 characters. Still a bit more work on my Titan. There are a few bits and pieces left, but that's about it. really, as far as PvE is concerned. PvP is a different story. We've not done any Crucible at all. Maybe we'll entertain that in the future as well. We'll have to see. We'll discuss that as we go along. But you know, first things first, as always, step by step, walking and then reaching that goal of being your master gamer in a particular game. When you are entering these very complex games, it does require a lot of time, input, skill, thoughts, and community membership and interaction in order to acquire everything that's necessary. And indeed, once you reach that stage, I believe I'm getting there slowly but surely, and you know, then you can really engage with those top tier activities. No need to engage those before you learned everything else. You know, do you want to jump into the deep end before you learn to swim? Well, you certainly do not, because you'll drown. And it's the same thing with these games. So think about it when you go through Elder Scrolls and Destiny and Fallout. Indeed, if you are doing some shooters like Rainbow Six, Apex, or Call of Duty, it all comes back to the same thing. Practice makes it perfect. And also, you train hard and then you fight easy. Remember that, it's very important. It works in real life, and so it should in the gaming world as well. So on that note, I shall wish you all a very, very happy, joyful, entertaining, and very, very good gamers afternoon. And I'll continue with my broadcast within about 10 minutes. I'll switch to Destiny 2 immediately, and then we'll have a bit of Destiny 2 gameplay as well. I'm quite curious to see what community we are going to be attracting with Destiny 2. The reason for that is very simple. We've had no streams for the last quarter, and lots of people have been asking me when Destiny 2 is going to resume. So let's see what happens. I'm quite excited, really look forward to it, because obviously I have Gambit, Forsaken, and 2 seasons ahead of me, as well as all the work that needs to be done on 2 other characters. So I really look forward to that, and hope to see you all there in about 10 minutes. You can still leave the channel switched on. I will basically start broadcasting on Destiny within 1 minute, but as you appreciate, any kind of lengthy broadcasting requires also lengthy breaks, so I have to refresh a bit, exercise, get my head in order to carry on. So thank you all for coming, and see you all very, very shortly in about 5 minutes.